Where'd they go?
He's setting up the live stream for LOC-TV.
Oh, so we're not on LC yet?
He's just checking right now.
All right.
Okay, it should be live.
Thank you. Hey, Cliff.
Yep.
Email me the link to the Board of Trustees work session.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees work session. Tonight is September 29th. Happy holidays to all, to celebrate Yom Kippur. Hope you all had an easy fast, those folks who adhere to the Jewish faith. I'd like a motion to open this Board of Trustees meeting.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, I don't have the executive session material in front of me. I left it at work. Could somebody do the motion for executive session, please?
I have the old one. Let me pull up the new one.
Thanks, Nora.
Just so folks know, we're going to go into an executive session, which hopefully will last about a half an hour. And then when we come out, we're going to resume right away with the Budget Committee, who is going to give us a presentation. I thank the Budget Committee for their indulgence in being patient with us.
Ready? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So motion A, to go into executive session under 101(5)(f), a police department matter. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered and to enter into executive session pursuant to 101(5)(f) of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters regarding to the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. B, ABC Properties versus the Village of Mamaroneck. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered into, actually, I'm making a motion to go into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(d) of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters of current litigation. Arts Council appointments, we're going into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York State Public Officers Law as it relates to discussions leading to the appointment of an individual or individuals to the Arts Council. And finally, D, Hampshire versus the Village of Mamaroneck, retention of counsel for planning board. Is it anticipated that a motion will be offered, that we are going to go into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters regarding the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, I'll see you all in executive session.
Well, I'm back where I was. Executive session now is in progress. We're getting ready to move into executive session. So, okay.
Mic is on. Start your video, Tom.
Start my video, Og. I can't get my video going.
I can't either. Oh, I did. Okay.
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, Nora. No. Victor. Waiting for Dan.
Mr. Sarnoff,
Yes, Mr. Berger.
we got to talk about that LOI tomorrow morning, first thing, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Okay. Are we waiting for other planning board members, Charles?
So I see we have
Bill,
Ellen, John, Ed, Len, Bill. I think that's a great turnout. We should be good to go.
Yeah, I can't, the video hasn't started for me anyway, Charles. So.
Oh, it has not.
Okay, hold on. I just got a message. Okay, there it is. Thank you.
And can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
yes.
Great. So we've just consolidated some bullet points for ease of reference for tonight, which is, summarizing, the main document that we distributed. And so with that, thanks for joining us tonight, letting us join you. We've worked really closely with Jerry and his team, who have been fantastic. As the 5-year capital plan has, evolved and developed into, what really is an impressive framework. And, the foundations of which are, there's great structure to what, Jerry envisioned and has implemented in terms of the mechanics to arrive at where we're at. There's a foundation of engagement with department heads. So it truly is a collaborative process, and the way that these worksheets work is fantastic. You've got boots on the ground who are able to identify priorities and provide feedback, and then make its way into a living working document. So that's great. And then, central to this process is prioritization. So that's being kept at the forefront, and that certainly is, one of the biggest challenges is to, try to be objective in an arena that you can't always be. So that's like an ongoing theme, which, we'll get into a little bit with what we've developed as well. So with that, the Budget Advisory Committee, we subsequently, arrived at a set of capital planning principles, which we've shared along with project evaluation criteria that we would like to recommend be considered for adoption as a formal policy framework going forward. And with that, we'll start off with Len Aubrey going through the capital planning principles themselves, after which I'll take us through the capital budget evaluation criteria that we've ranked in order of importance. And then we can conclude opening it up to you guys, for questions and suggestions and, modifications to the document, which is also thematic with our priorities to be here for you guys when there are things that you'd like us to focus on. That's what we're here for. And, this can be a collaborative process, both with this document and then using it going forward. So with that, Len, do you want to start off by taking us through the principles themselves?
Sure, I'll jump in. Thank you, Charles. But the first thing I'd like to do is a time check. We have about 30 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, Len.
Okay, good. Thanks. So we'll move through this fairly quickly, but the plan that Jerry his colleagues put together totaled just over 88 million. And that has about 37, what I'll call construction projects, and street repaving total 77 of that 88 million dollars. So there's a fair amount of choice, both from a timing and a funding perspective, that has to be considered. But as Charles said, I'll start off with the capital planning principles. Now, Charles used the word framework, but let me call it, to be more perhaps an analogy we can relate to, is the sandbox. Essentially, what the principles do for the board is to set for Jerry and his colleagues, and to explain to the public the size of the sandbox. Now, all of this was put together, of course, prior to the current circumstances of the pandemic. And so those have to be taken into account from a project priority point of view. So what I'll do is I'll step through the principles and then turn it over to Charles, as he indicated. The first one was that the property tax increases will not exceed the 2% cap. Now, the more complete document that was shared with the board, we did add, unless otherwise determined by the Board of Trustees for whatever particular reason. But it's a principle for us to remain within the 2% cap. Secondly, we have indicated we'd like to keep total debt service in the operating budget at about 77.5% of that operating budget, accounting for new projects that may be funded by village debt in the upcoming year. So, and how do we arrive at 7.5%? Well, that's what it's been roughly historically. In that, looking at the state controller document and some of the material they've produced on other municipalities, is generally less than 10% is considered reasonable. The third bullet goes to establishing a capital reserve fund, if possible. And without getting into the weeds and talking about the mechanics of this, we believe it's important for the simple reason that that in some years there may be emergencies or contingencies, or the board may decide that a particular project is critical, and I'll touch on one a little later. And so therefore, the 7.5% would likely have to be exceeded. But if there's a rainy day fund separate and apart from reserves, which we can discuss in a moment, we'd urge the board to think about establishing a capital reserve fund. Going to the fourth bullet, a number of the projects in the list that that I mentioned earlier can be funded by non-village funds, like some of the bridge projects, for example. And it's important to take advantage of that external funding whenever it's available. But at the same time, they have to meet the evaluation criteria, which Charles will discuss momentarily. And going down to the next bullet, the village must have the capacity to execute the projects basically on time and on budget. So we always have to consider, after talking with Jerry and his colleagues, is the ability of the village to execute the project both on a timely basis and within the budgeted costs. Now, one thing that's not mentioned in this document that we did have and do have in the larger document is the reserves and use of reserves. Now, we said at the time, in general, reserves would not be used to fund projects. Now, what we don't recall, or certainly I don't recall, and a couple of my colleagues, I know the village trustees had a conversation about establishing a reserve policy. And I don't know, quite frankly, somewhat embarrassed to say, if the board actually adopted that policy. I don't know that. But in the document, we urged the Board of Trustees to do so and identify the specific circumstances under which the use of reserves might be appropriate. Next is going to one of the projects that's funded in the capital plan for the village costs is the Army Corps flood mitigation project or collection of projects. The village share, which is in the capital plan, as I understand it, is about 7.9 million, but funding for the remainder due from the federal, county, or state funding is not available. And that, I think we'd all agree, is a real question mark, certainly at a minimum from a timing and perhaps even from a scope of work perspective. And then finally, the final principle, which is last here, but something just to keep in mind, certainly as the mayor knows and the trustees know, is I believe it was in January, the waterworks came to the trustees and shared with the board their $126 million capital plan. Now, as you know, that's funded essentially by the water rates and ratepayers, who of course village residents, and I believe the village share of that is about a third of the capital plan. But it's something to keep in mind of the impact on in the future on ratepayers. Whatever the waterworks does in terms of executing their capital plan. So with that, I think I'll ask Charles to take over, and then we'll conclude this presentation and then be open for questions. Charles?
Great, thanks a lot, Len. So again, as a foundation of the process that's in place, all of this feedback that's coming from the different departments and the way that Jerry, structured his worksheets, there's a lot of information, coming across the table that department heads are looking to prioritize, according to, what they've determined is critical on their end. But then in an effort to try to, set up a framework to be as objective as possible, we've got criteria that, we think make sense in terms of hierarchy, in an effort to be able to prioritize accordingly. So just going, through an overview of what those are and some of the components of them. What we have at the top of the list is really having health and safety of village residents, employees, and visitors being at the top of the list. Then everything can follow from there. A very close second, and this gets a little tricky, is, there are going to be things that are required by law, mandated by consent decree, violations that need to be addressed. And that gets tricky because you need to weigh that in conjunction with health and safety. But we do think that putting safety at the top of the list makes sense. Then getting into what's required by law, obviously consulting with counsel and being able to determine what's truly necessary. Thirdly would be operational impact, taking a look at a cost benefit analysis, focusing on efficiency, looking at where projects can benefit multiple departments at the same time would be a good guideline. Reducing operating costs, and then some ancillary benefits within that context would be, being able to expand village programs, And then outside of this purview, but it's related, is, if there's an, correlatory impact on revenue potential with the decision, we think that makes sense to consider as well. Fourth, maintaining or improving quality of existing infrastructure, and within that, that can tie back to really multiple items that I mentioned above, including safety. But you have things like bridge repairs, which are extensive, the ongoing road maintenance. I'd be remiss not to mention sidewalks and making them safe for our kids to be able to get to school. All of those things, kind of being evaluated and prioritizing accordingly. Fifth would be vehicle and equipment replacement. And, that gets into, doing an analysis based on, the capital cost versus ongoing maintenance and the trade-offs therein. Again, focusing on efficiency, the number of employees who are being impacted, whether it makes sense to sell an asset, taking a look at, your existing inventory and doing evaluation within that context. And then looking at, updating outdated and poor performing technology that, making the investment is going to, improve efficiency. So that's a very, quick overview of how to, try to formulate a way to prioritize accordingly. So, with that, we do have other members of the budget committee who are on. So if anybody would like to interject anything else, and then we'd like to turn it over to you guys for questions and suggestions and, potential modifications to the document itself. Did anybody on the budget committee have anything that they wanted to add before we turn it over to the board? Okay, cool. Did you guys have questions at this juncture that you wanted to bounce off of us, and suggestions? And then, we can take, integrate, some of the feedback from tonight. And if we need to modify this to bring it home, we can do so.
Well, I would like the staff to have an opportunity to vet it and to see how will it affect the day-to-day operations of the community. And if there are anything that we're not seeing that they might see. So I think if we could have some time to have the staff evaluate it, I think that would be a good idea.
Makes sense. Yeah, and then I guess, from there, if you guys want to communicate feedback, if we need to do this again, we'd be happy to do so. If you want to, consolidate bullet points to us, then we can, integrate your feedback into the document and go from there.
I mean, I just want to point out, like, one thing, like the property tax increase will not exceed 2% cap. And, that's a laudable goal, but there might be a situation this year because of what's happened in the state finances, where local communities are going to have to kick in a much larger share of healthcare costs and a much larger share of retirement costs. So
Yeah, Tom, you're exactly right. And the full document, the more lengthy document says, after the word cap says, comma, unless otherwise determined by the Board of Trustees. So that, as it's indicated in the document before you now.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, no, I think the committee was very sensitive to that potential. Not that we could predict what's going on now, but
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I don't want to, obviously it's all policy and it's not a law, but I just want to be open about what I see on the horizon. I mean, I talked to town of Mamaroneck people who are doing their budget right now, and they're taking a big hit in police retirement.
yeah.
I think that the document is exceedingly comprehensive, and you guys have done, and gals have done a fantastic job in trying to put things in a manner that is easy to look at and end up with a priority or prioritizing how we should be moving forward as a blueprint. And that's what this is. It's a blueprint. It's not nothing is cast in stone because it's a policy, but I think it is exceedingly comprehensive and exceedingly well thought out. And I commend you all for the amount of time and energy and debate that you all went through to get there.
And I also think it helps make the whole budget process and the money management process of the village more transparent to residents who really don't mostly come. Only a few of you come to the budget hearings. I think more people came this year because they could do it online. But I think this helps to explain what the budget is and how we manage money. And I was at a NICOM training, a New York Conference of Mayors training, or a controllers conference training about budgets. And there were a group of people who decided to have in their community like budget training sessions. And because people were complaining about taxes or complaining about priorities, and they started to do it. I don't know, it was going to be a weekly thing for a month, and it ended up going on for 4 or 5 months. This was in Western New York because the public was really interested in it. So it got all sorts of people interested in the village, interested in the budget, and interested in other volunteer work. So I want to say thank you because I think this helps bring it home to residents.
Yeah, I'd like to give the board and the staff a couple of weeks to look at it, and then we could put it on a work session again in 2 weeks.
Let me ask a question because of the suggestion that we have a capital reserve fund, if possible. Len, in response to your question, the board did adopt a unassigned reserve fund policy, and that was to be 30% of our budget. So I'm wondering what kind of capital reserve fund, in addition to that, you had in mind.
I just want to get something clear. So the board did adopt a reserve policy. Is that what you're saying, Kelly?
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's good. Now, the question really comes is under what circumstances can the reserve fund be used? I don't know, since at least I haven't seen the final policy that was adopted by the board. If there are particular circumstances, or if the board elected not to designate particular circumstances, let's say as the policy I think it is for the town, which the mayor shared with the committee, then I think it would be helpful, and those two do relate in some way.
But when we adopted that 30, it was for unassigned reserves. So that would be separate from this capital budget reserve. So I'm just curious what percentage you're thinking of the budget would be in a capital reserve budget.
Well, how it would be funded.
Yeah, I think the thinking was, let's assume we accept the 7.5%. In any particular year, it's possible that the projected debt service based on what's approved and what's on the books is less than 7.5%. And therefore the gap between that number, let's say for this example, is 7%. So the board sets aside the 0.5% as a reserve fund that may be used for capital projects in the future. Now, whether or not that's feasible from a government accounting point of view, that we'd have to talk at greater length with Augie about. But it's something that at least I've seen used in the not-for-profit sector before.
Okay, thank you.
A couple things in from my end. I will forward that policy. I think I have it handy here in my laptop, so I'll find, as soon as the meeting is over, I'll send that to all of you. And of course, I want to thank you. I think it's readable, understandable, and it helps us guide this. It actually started during the budget. You had this draft in front of us. It helped us a lot. So I had just one question and one comment. If somebody knows, what is that 7.5% figure as we're talking now, or how can we identify what's that magic number? You have already worked that out, or we should ask our staff, how do we nail that
Augie-
number? I've been trying, but I'm not.
Victor, Augie can check me. I think it's between 2.5 and 3 million.
Okay,
If we had a $40 million budget, 7.5% would be 3 million. So we're at 38 million, I think.
Yep.
So
Between 2.5 and 3 million.
okay, it's of the operating budget, it's not,
Mhm.
and our total debt is like 40 something, 40. What's our total debt today?
I can't, I would be guessing. I don't remember. I don't have that handy right now.
If you look under 2B, I did a financial report to the budget committee for review, and in there list out all the debt.
Okay, good.
Page 47, I'm trying, but okay, I'll double check with that with Augie. And the other comment I want to say, I really also like this last bullet you have on the planning principles relating to joint waterworks. I did see when I was looking at the budget this year that the other, especially the town of Mamaroneck, does identify how much they will be funding year after year. So I think focusing on that, now that we know there's this big capital expense on that side will help us do better. So I do embrace that piece as well. So, but anyway, overall, thank you very much. Looking forward to in 2 weeks.
Mayor, if I could,
Yeah, go ahead.
Charles, on the original document, if you could put up the original document, there was one part that was slightly off screen.
Yeah, the bottom of the page, right, Jerry?
Yeah, the bottom of the recommendations.
Yep.
What was it?
I don't,
Can you see the original document pulled up, or are you looking at
we see the other, we see the more comprehensive version. We don't see the original.
How's that?
Yeah, right there.
Cool.
Right, okay. The part that I wanted to, it was slightly off screen, so I wanted to make sure that we,
Well, let's go to the bigger.
village manager and his team did an excellent job. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
That was it, Charles. That was nothing else really.
That's great.
Oh, God, that's great.
But it's good. It's really great to work with these people, and they are fantastic minds, and they're really dedicated. And I tell Trustee Natchez all the time, but I don't tell the other board members. But it's very productive to work with this budget committee. It's my first budget committee. In the past, the budget committees were the entire town council. That's what it was where I used to work. Here, it's a independent, dedicated, appointed group of people from all sorts of backgrounds and jobs and skill levels, and it really is working out well. So I appreciate that very much.
Oh, great. Likewise. Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you all very much for your hard work.
Thank you.
Likewise.
We will be back.
Sounds good. Talk to you all soon.
Have a good
Bye.
evening.
Thanks, you too. Good night.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Night. All right. Give me 1 second. All right, we have the Black Lives Matter things, but that's going to be, so there's 2 layups, as I call them, that have to be done for tonight's meeting. The first is old business 1E, 2 trucks for the Parks Department. Jerry, you want to quickly explain the 2 trucks?
Mayor, one of the 2 trucks is already gone that we're replacing, asking the board to consider replacing this evening. That truck was an 05, I believe, and blown engine. And so that's been auctioned off for parts already. And then the other is a truck in pretty rough shape with a rusted frame. I'm not really too concerned when the body rusts out, but when the frame rusts out, then it becomes dangerous. And so we'd be asking the trustees to consider the replacement of these 2 trucks for the Parks Department.
Okay. Any questions from the trustees?
Were these in the budget?
Yes.
Uh,
They were in their capital submission.
And
In the capital, or
says-
in the budget, in the operating budget, no, in the capital plan,
No, not in the operating budget,
the capital.
capital plan.
capital plan.
The vehicles, in
Part of the 87 million that we were just discussing.
Yeah.
okay. Nora, you
So- Yeah, it just says last data order was July 10th, but was that extended because of COVID?
Yeah,
Was-
I don't think that that's a problem.
all right, everybody's fine with this going in a regular?
Yes.
Okay.
That might be, Nora, that might be a salesman trick right there.
Well, I was thinking, but it is September.
I know you know that, right?
You gotta buy right now.
Right now.
This isn't gonna last. New business, 2A, bond resolutions for closed capital projects. Gary or Augie, you wanna explain that?
Yes, Mayor. During the course of the year, the board authorized various capital projects to be completed and performed. Those projects have been effectuated. At the end, we need to refinance those projects with money loaned from general fund. I put together a list of expenses. Put together a list totaling put together a list. It's listed under item 2A
Of the,
total bonds.
can I help you? Because I took your,
That's fine.
You're talking about the work session? There was nothing on
No,
work session.
it's not on the work session, it's on the regular session. You have to go to the regular session.
It's just as the resolution.
It's, yeah, the resolutions on it seems to me the resolution's only in the regular session on the regular session. Not on the work session.
It is, that's right.
And
Just so everybody understands, Augie, can you very simply explain what the different bonds are for, which projects they were for, without getting into a lot of detail?
Absolutely, trustee Natchez. Just give me a second to pull it up.
Yeah, 4A, B, C.
4A.
I think I found it, but last year when we went through this, we had like a little summary so that we knew which resolution was about which projects and how. I think we were going in a good direction by having those kind of summary little tables of what each resolution is including and the time frame, et cetera. It was a nice summary. I think last year we did that.
we did.
Should do it again.
Is it, and there seems to be a typo, but it seems to be about $2 million.
So the total debt issuance is $5,022,290.62. Typically, what we like to do every year is submit the resolutions that were approved for each project. This year I lapsed to do that before the resolution went out. I could forward those to you later on tonight. But if you want, I could go through what we're borrowing for.
Thank you.
Up to $5,222,290. Go ahead. Shall we go through?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so $86,827 represents 2 Chevy pickup trucks that were purchased. $80,000 is the air conditioning unit up at 169 Mount Pleasant Avenue. $117,036 of these funds is for 313 Fayette Avenue. We installed a new boiler. $3,206,000 is the recent work done with the streets, repaving. Morano Brothers was the company. $41,222 is the work that was done at the spray ground. They had to resurface this playground. $90,587 was a transistor that blew at Harbor Island Park that had to be replaced. $249,216 is catch basin cleaning that was done. $260,061 was a sanitation truck that was purchased. $60,420 was a sanitation septech compactor. And $829,920 is a recent approval of the board to purchase the new engine 40.
So there, nothing else is included in that.
That's what makes up the $5,022,022.
Can I ask two questions? Is this time sensitive for today? And two, I think we're making good progress in kind of having support summary of each resolution, because we're bonding several $1 million. So it was really good the way we did last year. I take your word. I know everything is in the system and you can give that to us, but I think it'll be better if we know exactly which one is.
The question, is it time sensitive to today?
Not time sensitive today.
Okay, so we can hold this
We're
off.
being audited this week. We're just gonna tell the auditors that we're going out to issue these funds.
All right, so we'll hold it off for 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, was
Okay.
that? That was that, okay.
Um,
All right, now, I guess we should, this was put on as old business, village policy and procedure. Let's go to that one first, 1C. Village policy and procedure for the painting of messages in street sidewalks and public spaces. One of the things that I think it's fair that the board do, we have an advice of counsel letter from our attorney about this. I don't think it needs to be confidential. I think that there's other legal opinions being bounced around the internet right now. So I think it's only fair that our advice of counsel, our village attorney's opinion on this be shared with the public, so that there's an open discussion and everybody tonight is playing from the same playbook. How does the board feel about that?
I think it's
if you're-
important
if
that
you're-
it be open.
Yeah, if you're making a motion, I second it.
All right, I make the motion that we share Mr. Spolzino's opinion, Ray memorials and village property and painting on streets with the public. Thank you all. Is going to have a second?
Second,
Hey,
All right,
I already seconded.
Augie,
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
aye. Thank you all very much. Okay, now let's talk about this. Victor, you had a few additions to this.
Yes. Give me 1 sec here and I'll can probably go through it quicker.
When we,
Actually, the
just let me
first,
say one thing, let me say one thing before you get started. When we end the work session, everybody's up for taking 10 minutes before the regular meeting?
Please.
yes.
All right, I just wanted to be clear.
okay, well, all right, well, first thing is I've made some clarifications, but let me first introduce what we're trying to do here, and also probably preface it by saying that when I thank the board and Bob for his memo. Actually, when I had to prepare this by Wednesday, I was rushing and I didn't have the benefit of that memo. And that's one of the reasons now that it's been updated to make it more conforming to that memo. Although one of the biggest points I want to make is that this is meant to be an internal policy guide for us, for our board, when we are addressing this. So we're not setting policy, formal policy for the outside world, but it will make sense because precisely the center of this whole discussion is whether the village or the municipality is adopting the message as its own message, which is the one that in a way clears it of many legal issues. That's clearly explained in Bob's memo. It's touched in the other memo that's available. But the intention here is not to get there. I refer to it, but this is not to be a legal discussion. It just actually embraces that, or it could be cross-referenced to that. So what we're trying to do here is when this kind of requests come to us, how are we going to organize our conversation? So can we'll make it in the proper way. We'll try to include the right elements without making it that kind of a regulation of content, but just to clarify how we do the analysis. So the key element I'm trying to do here is to, of course, focus on that the request, for us to entertain a request, and we can also decline, say no, thank you. We don't think, we're not interested, because this proposal kind of doesn't comport to what we think should be a part of this discussion for messages in our property, meaning the village's property. Then, of course, the subject is it's public streets, sidewalks, and parks, as to include the main public property. And this is kind of a new thing that until now it's been more of a prohibition, but now in order to address and to accommodate what's happening, we need to come up with something organized. So we will stay in the territory of being a government speech, not to make it First Amendment issue. We'll address that more, but that's not my point now. Simply keep it as something the village can accept, and not open the door to other similar requests or equal requests, because that's already happening. For example, in Washington, DC, which was one of those murals that the municipality took, similar to New York City, Boston, many other places, but in Washington in particular, they painted Black Lives Matter. And then after they finished, that was the purpose. Then the community, or some people, I don't know exactly how it happened, then painted next to it, defund the police. So then that opened the door for others to say, well, that additional piece, what was not done by the village, was allowed to be painted at the same time. So then if you said defund the police, then we want to say something and in response, and paint. And actually there's litigation. They want to paint a mural in response saying nobody's above the law. There's that example. There's other examples around the country that are not worth getting into. Some are really ugly and nasty, and it's better not even to tell them. But the point is, we will by doing this, and the legal opinion supports it, we just stay in our own turf. So having that cleared out, what are we trying to say? Something that is consistent with the village vision. The village vision is for us to be diverse, have a quality of life. It's 4 simple things that come up for our comprehensive plan. So I throw that out as somebody suggested to me, and then it's clear that we're free to entertain it or not. Then what's our policy? Our policy is to address it and to decide, number one, the first piece is whether we want to adopt this message as our own. That's the one that makes it government speech. Then the second piece is whether we accept the donation. If it's a community that's coming, that piece of us accepting the donation is also very important. It also comes in the memo. So that is the second piece. And the third piece, which is more of the procedure, is intended to know the size of the mural, how it's going to be, where it's going to be located, so that the village can quickly turn around and go to the village manager and say, essentially, are we okay here? Not to have an approval and then conflict with our something public safety, traffic. Just it is not meant to be paperwork or red tape or make it difficulty. It's just making sure that doing one thing, we're not neglecting to take into account others. So I've kept it. And then the considerations are the elements, whether we should adopt the message as our own, whether the village board is going to look and decide. I'm not saying too much there because it's actually such an important topic. And this comes out very well in the Supreme Court decision on this topic. It comes out very well in some of the dissents. There's a terrific language by Judge Ginsburg saying how actually, and to honor her actually, that says this is not kind of a authorizing villages or municipalities to say whatever they want. We're still subject to the constitutional limitations, in addition to, of course, political accountability. So we want to make sure that's our decision, that nothing contrary to health and safety, that we'll accept the donation, and whether we participate, if we want to participate, collaborate, coordinate, because eventually there has to be streets closings, etc. I've removed many things that I think would complicate things about neighborhood areas. So essentially, this is a streamlined version with actually the final component, which is that it should be not regarded semi-permanent, not regarded semi-permanent or permanent. That we can discuss it, but my thinking is that if that's kind of the norm, then we can either think about repainting it or doing something, but not getting into the problem of allowing it, and then what's going to happen is that it has to be there forever. What happens for another administration? What happens if it's going to be painted or repaved? Let's say you have to repave a street. It's already happened in other places of the country that there's been issues with repaving. So in essence, you just work it out. So it's not a matter of going back and forth. It's just, of course, you'll be repainted or rehabilitated when necessary in consultation with the Board of Trustees. And there could be ways out. Let's say the village really wants to maintain this, then we can work to repaint it or do certain things. So I think it's a framework for us to work proposals that come to us with some flexibility, but still with some measure to be consistent with the legal safeguards we need, and also to manage the whole situation. So thank you for the time and allowing me to go in all this extent.
Okay, anybody else on the board other than you, second, before I go?
I'd like to ask a question of Bob based on his legal memo and see if I can put Victor's proposal into what I understand from Bob's legal memo. So the way I understand it, the village has three options. One, we can endorse the message and it becomes government speech. I think that's the easiest way to go about this. And if I understand this correctly, that's how I think we should proceed. Two, we could reject it as inconsistent with our priorities and our views, and reject it as, and just not have painting of messages on public streets. Or three, we could allow the mural after adopting a village policy that has content neutral time, place, and manner restrictions. For example, public safety, community aesthetics. And we could find that the Black Lives Matter mural is consistent with these policies. So I think what Victor is proposing is the policy that would be content neutral with respect to time, place, and manner restrictions. Am I right?
Not really. I'm saying government speech. I don't go beyond government speech.
The first option, which is endorse the message and it becomes government speech.
I'm staying right there. I'm not trying to get this to encompass anything further.
So you're not trying to have your document be a village policy with respect to content neutral time, place, and manner restrictions.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, so Bob, am I right on that? What our three options are, and we can just endorse this message as government speech and
just a couple of clarifications.
Yeah.
The government speech question is, do you endorse it as your own, or do you not endorse it as your own? And I'm not sure that's the equivalent of reject it.
Right.
So you may agree with it, but decide it's not going to be village policy. You have to adopt it as adopt the message as village policy. And you don't have to do that formally. You know, the Suum case, the Supreme Court case said, yeah, if you accept the monument, you've endorsed that, right? And we know the monument, in my view, the monument and the painting are functionally equivalent. So the distinction is not we accept or we reject, it's we accept or we not accept.
Right, right.
That's number one. The only other clarification would be this. When you get into restrictions, remember the limited authority that there is, which is this DC Circuit case, treats the painting on the street as, pardon me, all of a sudden I'm getting a phone call now when I'm talking. But the DC Circuit treats the street as a public forum. And if you remember, there's 3 levels of analysis here, 3 different kinds of forums in this Supreme Court analysis. Streets are traditionally places of public demonstration, public speech, etc. I think it's arguable whether whether painting on the street is the equivalent of marching on the street or speaking on the street, but the DC Circuit has treated it the same way and said it's a public forum. That means not just content neutral. It means narrowly tailored to serve an important governmental purpose. So it's a little more complicated. I know Victor's not going there. That's not the point of his memo. But just to clarify what you said, it's a little more complicated than just content neutral time, place, and manner restrictions.
Right. Now, so I know you're viewing this as more akin to a pamphlet or speech than a monument.
No.
Distinction. No?
No, not for purposes of the government speech analysis.
Okay.
I think for purposes of the government speech analysis, although this is paint and not stone, it falls squarely within the Suum case and the Supreme Court's government speech analysis, which takes it out of all of these First Amendment doctrines.
Okay. Okay.
So what you're saying, Bob,
adopt it as your message.
But Bob, what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, you have to adopt it as the village, the village's, not anybody else's.
Yeah, you have to, yes, you have to endorse it. Now, what the Supreme Court said in regard to the monuments is the fact that you didn't pass a resolution that says we endorse this message is not dispositive. By accepting the monument for this monument park, you have said that's your message.
So, Bob, so if we had accepted the Black Lives Matter painting on Madison Street, that would have covered us in terms of our legal responsibilities too, right?
That's right. It would have been government speech. You would not have been subject to, the critical thing here is if it's government speech, you don't get into the question of whether you can be forced to accept other messages because it's a public forum.
And by voting in the affirmative, that would have been accepting it as government speech.
That's right.
Well, except that in the Sumnum case, they didn't accept a monument, accepted a financial contribution, and the state actually erected the monument. So it wasn't something. It was what I proposed. If the village isn't going to fund it themselves, and the residents who still want to do this want to make a contribution, we just need to accept a contribution either financially or in kind. But in that other case, the money was donated, and it was the government entity that actually constructed the monument.
Yeah, my view, having read Summum, is that's a distinction without a difference, Nora. Either way, it's
well. I have to say, I think that we're in an area where we know if the village takes, I think everybody on this board thinks this mural is a good idea. We all believe and understand that if the village executes the mural, it's government speech. And maybe it's government speech if we let another group do it. It's not. Why would we not take the safe route and have the village execute the mural?
Obviously,
using and if we do it in conjunction with the residents who if they still want to work with us, any contribution they make would be an in-kind contribution that we would accept the way we accept a donation to the Marine Education Center or a bench for the park, or a donation to the Arts Council. So I think that we all are committed to this. We can get to a point where the village takes this on and says, we are going to execute this mural. We get to the point where we mural and we don't put the village at any kind of risk.
You can certainly do that. That's your choice. My only point is I do not believe under Summa it's constitutionally required that the village do it. The Supreme Court said that was just, it didn't matter in terms of their analysis. Who does it?
You know, I
Before-
read
Can-
the preamble to yours.
Before we go too far, can I clarify one thing here, very important, which is even we agree that the village wants agrees with the painting of Black Lives Matter mural in the village of Mamaroneck, right? But let's just clarify one thing very important. This is the resolution that we had in front of us the other day, right? And actually, I don't bring it up just to go back and revisit the story, actually really to move forward and clarify what just was exchanged between the mayor and Bob, because they were perceiving this very different than I was perceiving it. That's very, very clear, because they were saying that this resolution would have accepted that work and that donation, and that would have turned it into, made it clear that it was government speech. I was not comfortable at that doing that, because it actually, in my perspective, doesn't say that. We were just first whereas is we were talking about the end of summer party, the neighborhood, the September 26th event. Second, the event organizers request permission. That's it. And then resolved, we approved the request. There's nothing about adopting the message. It is unclear whether it is the board of trustees is embracing this message. So yes, you can say now that was the intent, but I didn't see it there, and actually I don't see it now. So that is why we need to clarify. And actually, we didn't have a legal memo. We just had a brief discussion before it. So I think we've come to this way. So let's kind of move forward. And if we move forward, let me finish.
Victor, since you're the one who brought it up, and you moved us back here, let me just point something out. That
I was trying to finish, right?
When I was originally sent this to the Board of Trustees in the middle of August, I put it on the work session for the end of August. And I said that this is time sensitive because the people in Washingtonville have a block party. So we discussed it at a work session, and I explained what was going to happen, and nobody voiced any concerns. And then 2 weeks or 3 weeks went by, and we had the Board of Trustees meeting. And up until the night of the Board of Trustees meeting, I didn't know anybody had any concerns. So I just want to point out that there were ample time to raise concerns and to have this vetted before that night. And that is just, the fact of the matter. But, since that was an important issue that you raised, I just wanted to point that out. But what I was starting to say before that was that I just wanted to read the beginning of Mr. Spolzino's memo to us, where he says, "You have asked me to provide you with a memorandum which explains and expands upon the opinion I have given you orally with respect to First Amendment issues surrounding the proposed Black Lives Matter mural on Madison Street. As I have explained, if the Board of Trustees adopts the message as its own, which proving that, in my opinion, would have, its decision is not subject to the restriction under the First Amendment." But I want to point something out, is that a lot of what I've heard and what's been said in the pursuing, in the following 2 weeks was, this would mean that people would be able to paint swastikas in the village. And that was just never true. It was never true. And it was never an issue that we had to consider. We are the elected officials in this community. We get to say, what is the message of this community? And obviously, if the Nazis want to come and ask us for a swastika, I think that we would deal with them in short order. So I just want to point that out, that was never going to be the case. And, the Board of Trustees was never going to allow hate speech or, speech that was going to stir anger. And it's a shame if some people in this country think that saying Black Lives Matter stirs anger and resentment, because that's not the point of it. And that's not the purpose of it. And you are missing the message if you feel that way. But I just want to point out, because that was going on a lot in the past couple of weeks, and it was never the case. And it's a shame that people in different areas try to use that as a wedge to why we shouldn't do this, because that was never the case, and it never would be the case. I appreciate the hard work you did on this on short notice. I was hoping to have this before we had substantive discussion on policy, but I'm glad that Victor changed his policy to tack to this. I think that on the most part, the policy for me is, fairly acceptable. Now it's really gets down to what we do with it.
Well, can I say something?
Sure.
So I've done a lot of research, and lawyers have different opinions. And I've actually talked to a good friend who's a First Amendment lawyer who thinks we'd be going into a gray area by letting someone else paint the mural. And so from my perspective, one of our jobs is to manage risk, to not put the village in a situation where there might be a problem. So I think we all want to paint this mural. And I so want to do this that I did a resolution today using Victor's policy where the village takes control, takes responsibility, and works with the residents who initially proposed it to paint it in a central location. I don't know why we would do anything that might get us into trouble when we know if we execute the mural, it's government speech. And I think we need to do this. We need to do this the quickest way possible. And I think we should simply put our money where our mouth is. We all are committed to doing this mural. Let's, using Victor's policy, have the village do the mural working with the residents. That would be my proposal.
It's not Victor's, it'll be the board's policy if we adopt it. It's not Victor's policy.
It's not Victor's policy, but Victor spent the time to look through it. And I use those guidelines to try and come up with a resolution where the village, the Board of Trustees is the authorizing it and sponsoring it. And we would figure out how, if the people who made this generous offer are still interested in participating and making this generous offer, that we could take those contributions, either materials or in-kind donations, and make sure it's government speech. I think it's the safest way to go. And I think it's a way that we could get there tonight.
I'm all for getting there tonight.
I'm all for
me too.
Tonight too, Nora. My concern about making it a village project and have the village take control of it and then work with the residents is I want to be sensitive and not taking their agency away from them by turning it into a government project. I think it's proposed by them. It should be led by them. I happen to think that legally, it's a difference without a distinction or distinction without a difference. I would want if it's a village project, I would want the village to have a very light hand in this, because I really want it. I don't want to take control of something that is important to a community and important to the village as a residential.
Well, for one instance, if the village is in charge, I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm done. You get the point.
I'll say if the village, I do get your point. And I've thought about that too. And I'm not suggesting that the village design the mural, but the village needs to organize the streets to be closed because it's not safe to paint a mural if cars are going by. So the village has to close the street. There should be some kind of insurance involved in this. And if it's a village project, it's under our insurance policy, which is safer for the residents who are painting it. So I just think that this is the situation in where the village can contribute what we have. There's skills, there's procedures, there's policies. The village can make sure that we comply with health and safety requirements, that we comply with COVID requirements, but certainly not design the mural. But I just think that this is I think this is a way of us doing it without bad ramifications. in terms of setting any kind of a precedent. And we move ahead with this project before it gets too cold to want to be painting outside.
Yeah, but I think that this could all be handled without enumerating everything, by saying working in tandem with village manager and staff. And, without, and they know what the COVID-19 restrictions are. I mean, Jerry's been very good about that.
Well, I was just trying to be specific. It's easier to add something out than add things in at the last minute. And I was just trying to get to a point where we would have a resolution that we could talk about and possibly vote on tonight, because we don't have any other resolution before us. And I know that that Tom, you circulated an email about a different design for a mural, but we don't quite have a location for that. And I think we have to, I think it needs to be a central location. I think that makes the statement stronger too. But I just was trying to move this along so that we could adopt something tonight.
Okay.
Nora, where's your proposal?
I'd like to weigh in if I can. I think the policy that Victor has crafted is exceedingly comprehensive. And I've spent a lot of time reading Bob's memo and a lot of other materials and a lot of other cases. The issue is to protect the village to be able to do this. And I think Victor's memo, I have a couple of minor changes in language, actually does that, because it basically says, it makes it very clear that it becomes village speech. And that's the fundamental issue that I think even Bob's memo points out. The question is, how do you do that? And the safest route is to be very clear about that, and very clear about the village taking ownership of it. And if we added a phrase that allows non-village employees to participate in it, which is what I'd like to suggest to your policy, Victor. That makes it very clear that the village is doing it and others can join.
And I think that's totally the wrong way to go. This is not the village's project. This should not be led by the village. This is, again, taking away the voice of people who ask for a voice, and it becoming our project and not becoming their project. All they asked to do was to have a block party and to do this. Okay, that ship has sailed, right? Now, this should not be a village project. It should not be a land use issue. This should be a way for the folks who weren't able to have their expression heard and felt to have it. This should not be a village project. I think if we give permission, I think if we accept the donation of the paint and the in-kind labor, we cover ourselves. And of course, we're going to have to close the street. And of course, we're going to have to, sweep the street beforehand. But that's just necessary, for the cost of doing business. This should not be us dictating how this is going to go, or this should be about the whole thing. The whole idea is, folks are saying our voices haven't been heard, our feelings haven't been considered, and we've been ignored. And I don't want this to be, we're telling them how this works, we're telling them how this going, this is a village project.
So
I think that we should be facilitating the folks who want to do this, but it should be their project, and we'll endorse the message so that it becomes, legally ours. So I think and if I'm not wrong, we're all fine, with the background on a policy. I think we should look at the proposed resolution, because there's a lot in the proposed resolution that I think is just not on key. Do you mind if I jump into that?
No, I mean, I really tried to make the resolution sync up with probably an earlier draft of the policy. So that was my goal.
I appreciate your effort, Nora, but and I just saw this, literally after I got home from work. So I'm looking at it now.
I didn't get it done much before that, so.
Yeah.
Tom, what you're suggesting, let me make sure that I'm not misinterpreting you. That any group can, can propose a statement, and the village just accepts it, but doesn't own it.
No, that's not at all. You totally missed it.
Then Okay, I'm sorry. Then explain it to me so I understand it. And then I'll tell you why I feel
We
you're not right.
approve the painting of the message, we accept the message. But that doesn't mean it becomes a village project. It becomes a painting on Village Street. And this is what, Bob's memo is all about. This can't be DPW guys, doing the painting. This was about bringing a community together. This is a village project.
It's either a village project.
No, Dan, we endorse the message. That's the point. We endorse the message. We don't have to do the project. We can accept the paint and the labor in kind.
I don't think that puts us on solid footings. I've read Bob's memo and I've read the court cases.
Well, I'm sorry, I have to go with the lawyer on this one.
I appreciate that, Bob, Tom, but it would be nice if you just let us finish. I think it's important to make sure that we protect the village as well. And we're in a very litigious society, as you well know. And the issue becomes trying to do it in a way that is the village speech and is on solid ground. And I think Victor's outline is probably a very sound approach.
Okay, and we've said that, and Victor's outline does not change, or detract from what I have said. So I'm going to go to the resolution that Nora started, and I'll go through what I think doesn't need to be in and needs to be in. Whereas a group of residents requested permission from the village to paint a Black Lives Matter mural. They requested a specific area on Madison Street. So it wasn't just in the village, it was very specific. So we should be accurate about that.
Well,
The Village of Mamaroneck wishes to adopt Black Lives Matter mural as its own message. That's good. Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck believes that to mirror other communities throughout the country, the mural should be in a central location. I'm not fine with that. I think we have to, this is not a location that the residents who wanted the mural asked for. I think that that's something that we should leave open and talk to, especially to people who, asked for the mural. The people who asked for the mural didn't ask for it in Harbor Island. That was what people who didn't who didn't want the mural said we should put it. And I'm not.
Tom, can I ask?
Let
Can
me
we
go through it.
No, can I ask you a question? I think we should go through it. What if we went through it sentence by sentence, got together on the same sentences? I will edit it in a Word document now, and then once you finish going through it, we can all agree on it. Can we do it that way?
Okay, I don't think that whole whereas the Village of Mamaroneck believes should be in there. That's us deciding.
You would take that? All right. Well, so what does everybody else think? I mean, I want to get to a point where we adopt a resolution tonight. I think we all want to adopt a resolution for a mural tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct, Nora. But I think this paragraph, this long whereas that Tom's objecting to, and I believe I share his objections, is that I think a lot of what's been added here goes beyond what the residents asked for. And it changes what they asked for. I mean, it may be that that's where we end up, but it's
okay,
not what they asked for.
But I don't think if you take a look at all of the emails that you got, you have a lot of people who are suggesting that that's not the right place. And there's a lot of people who are suggesting it is. So you're taking a side, and I think what Nora has done is made this more of a village thing. So it's village speech and a village approach.
Okay, the people who wanted it moved weren't really in favor of it. So it's once again not giving the ear to folks who are asking to be heard.
So Tom, all right, so in the
Right.
interest of getting to a resolution tonight, you just said you don't think we should be picking a location tonight.
I think we should talk to the folks who originally planned it. You know, they've given us 3 options.
May I say something also on this? I think we should reserve on this one, which is central, which is the location, and hear everybody, because I understand that the proponents, the guys who came with this proposal, of course, have to be heard. And actually, what I heard the other day is 2 things. First, let them lead. They do want a mural in Mamaroneck. On the other hand, other people live here, so maybe there is that conversation needs to happen, right? So we will have to hear. I wouldn't want to just write it now before we hear everybody, because the location is going to be the central issue. So we'll have to all work around it. And I do like Kelly's idea or sentence that, you know, it is not whether the village intervenes or not, but how much of a light hand it has. So I agree that we should use the lightest hand possible, but also it has to be worked out. So that's why we need to find the middle ground here, and let's table this paragraph and look at the others, and then hear from everybody, from the people. We have a lot of people who want to talk about this today.
So I'm going to just cross it off and go on to the next.
How you do this is you bracket it. That's how you do things, brackets.
No, I don't know. I'm just using, like, you know, I'm just trying to.
Nora, there's going to be a public discussion, and there's a lot of.
Right, but I think that the 5 of us, this is the work session. Let's get to a resolution that we all think is okay, and maybe the public will think it's okay too.
Like, you know, we're never going to please everybody here.
No, we're not. And the 5 of us are not, maybe we're not all going to agree on the specific resolution, but we agree on the concept, and this is something that we want to do. So
Let's go to the next one. Whereas the details will have to be evaluated by the village manager and conform with the health safety requirements and consultation. I got no problem with that.
Okay.
All right. My only problem with that is on the timing. I don't want this to be, I mean, I don't think there's a health and safety issue with what's been proposed. And I wouldn't want the village manager to think that we have to have another board of trustees meeting before this can get started.
How about consultation with, let's take out any board of trustees.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's just trust that Jerry knows how to do his job, because
We trust Jerry.
he amply illustrated that. Take that compliment in lieu of a raise. Whereas the execution of the mural with all COVID-19, all right, that's fine. Whereas the Board of Trustees encourages the mural organizers to work with other community groups. Okay, that's fine. Whereas the Board of Trustees agrees to consider formally accepting the donation from the village residents to help paint the mural, the village will facilitate the timing of the painting, the details, the production of the painting, and closing the street and any other details need to accomplish the painting. Whereas the one-of-a-kind donations of the event are finalized. Well, I'd rather not have it come back to us. Let's just finalize. Hold on, let me finish, please. Finalized to the satisfaction of the village manager.
I think it's one of those things where we, like the benches, where we actually have to approve it. So even if we have to have a special meeting with 3 trustees, we will do that to approve it. I think that's a step we have to take.
The paragraph ahead of it covers that.
I'm thinking that if we modified it to say, whereas the Board of Trustees accepts the donation from village residents to help paint, blah, blah, blah. That's it. We just accept it tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think I think that, I mean, this is maybe an Augie question. I don't think we can accept something unless we actually have the specifics of what we're accepting. I think that's like a technical question, which is why we have to do all those $100 things, the bench. So can we
Why don't we say we accept the paint and labor of village residents?
Yes, the cost of the paint and the and the income.
You know what? If it's not okay.
What is the requirement?
What's the requirement?
Bob or
The acceptance of a donation.
What's the donation?
What's the requirement of what?
For accepting a donation.
And it's in-kind labor. and paint. I mean, guys, no one's taking this to the Supreme Court over a can of paint.
You can accept it with the condition that the specifics be acceptable to the village manager.
Fine, okay.
So what, just a minute, if can we do that then with all the benches and everything else that comes? Because we've been told we can't. We've been told we have to know exactly what the costs are, et cetera. So you can't, as much as I want to help move things forward, we need to think what the repercussions are on, for everything else.
I don't believe I ever told.
No, you can accept a donation of a good.
Yeah, we can accept donation of,
If somebody wants to donate a metal bench, they give you the dimensions of the bench, the board can accept this, as long as the village manager accepts it.
Dan, I think the park donation benches, the village is buying those. And so we're accepting the money to buy the bench. It's different.
So
All right, let me just, how about if I say, whereas the Board of Trustees agrees to formally accept the in-kind donation of paint and labor from village residents, providing it's acceptable with the village manager.
The other thing, Nora, I would change, I would say the donation of paint and the in-kind, not in-kind paint.
Okay, sorry. Okay, fine. That's fine.
Okay, we got that.
Services, yeah.
Whereas the once in-kind donations are finalized to come back. Now, let's just take out the next whereas.
Yep.
Whereas the message of painting will not be regarded as semi-permanent or permanent. Yeah, that's what Victor was saying, because if they have to repay. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village of Mamaroneck wishes to adopt the Black Lives Matter mural as its own message, and the Board of Trustees will consider the request for BLM in the village, which the village will adopt as its own message, making a government speech once the community organizers, in conjunction with the village and staff, have organized the following element. Can we just, in conjunction with the village manager, because we covered all this already?
Do we, I don't write a lot of resolutions, so I was just using.
You did good, Nora. I mean that seriously. You did good. I would just, in conjunction with the village manager, period, end of sentence. And the parameters and all of that, that'll be given to us. The closing of the roads, that's Jerry. The timing of the painting and all that, Jerry will work that out with them.
I would also suggest that on this, therefore be it resolved, that that we remove and that the Board of Trustees will consider the request for a BLM in the village, which the village will adopt. I just think it should.
Yeah, because, yes, right. I was trying to say that.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So we would say the village.
Get rid of and that the DOT will consider.
I just want to say, Nora, don't get me wrong. I think you did a yeoman's job here.
Oh, thanks. I'm just saying, I don't know whether we need to wrap it up that way. That's like, is that believe me, I'm not taking pride of authorship. I just wanted to get it done. I didn't know whether we needed to mention those things in the resolves, because sometimes those things are mentioned in resolves.
I think we're doing okay. Jerry, are you comfortable with this? Jerry, you're muted.
Yes, I am, Mayor.
So
you look comfortable.
What about, here's the question. We still have to, there's one more thing. We have to, it's going to have to come back to us before the location's actually achieved, because we haven't figured out a location. And I think that's a big part of what we have to do. How do we handle that? I mean, Jerry can make a recommendation, he can work with it, but I think we need to, if we're going to have, if we want to have the public input, we need to probably, we have to have a special meeting to do this. I think we need to figure out how we figure out the location. And maybe we can spend a few minutes thinking about that and figure it out at the meeting.
Maybe we can do that at the regular meeting.
Yeah, just let's think about how we get on board with the location. Okay.
We have to bring this first act to a close. I think we worked pretty good through this. Thank you all. So what we're going to do is we're going to close this meeting. We're going to take a 10-minute break as a Board of Trustees. I'm sorry for people who were waiting to participate in the regular meeting, but we've been at this since 5 o'clock. So we're going to take a little break and we'll be back 10 minutes after we close the meeting. May I please have a motion to close the work session?
So moved.
Second.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mike is still on.
Hey, Dan.
How we doing?
I'm all right. Hey, Dan Sarnoff. I can't hear you.
Muted.
Oh, can I hear you?
It's muted.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Hey, do you know the name of the DEC person? Have you emailed back to Megan?
Well, the chief DEC guys is Al Fuchs. I'm still trying to find if there's anyone beneath him. He's like the head guy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's someone more at the individual project level who I can find.
Okay.
The last guy I remember was this gentleman named Arvind Goswami, but I don't know if he's still on the project. And then there's another guy at the local White Plains office, Bruhanu. I don't know if he's still involved in the project.
Okay. I just, while we have Megan and the senator's attention, I just wanted to jump on it and make sure we could get her the information.
Yep.
Thanks.
Dan Sonoff,
Yes.
on your text before, if your camera does go out, we will be able to hear you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks,
Okay,
man.
so just so everybody knows, my internet has gone out 3 times so far
Uh-huh.
on the work session, and it's taken me a while to get back in, and I do not understand why. I don't know if it's the internet or if it's anything else, but
Are you down the street? Are you on the post road?
I'm on the post road,
Okay.
so. But I missed most of what Nora had to say at the end because it went out.
Oh, it was great.
It was
I'm sure.
brilliant. You guys.
Probably talked too fast too.
I had all kinds of internet connectivity problems this morning that were inexplicable, but who knows?
Up the hill, Kelly, we had a power outage.
I saw that.
What?
I saw that at the other building, the old building, right?
Yeah, the old building, yeah.
Hey, Nora,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at what you sent us and none of the changes are in it.
Oh, no. Hold on.
It's the original.
Oh, no, no, no.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Hold on. I'm gonna save it with a new name. Let's see.
Can you work on it while we get this?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Regular Board of Trustees meeting. We're a little late tonight. We ran over in the work session. I need a motion to open the regular meeting of September 29, 2020 for the Village of Mamaroneck.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Hi.
Hi.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Aye.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to do things a little out of order today. There's one thing I do want to mention. These Board of Trustees meetings do not come without a price, and many times members and staff have to sacrifice personal holidays. And I just want to mention tonight is the birthday of the Deputy Mayor of the Village of Mamaroneck, Kelly Winstrup. Kelly, thank you for being with us tonight. I'm sure there's no place you'd rather be in front of your Zoom screen on your birthday.
Thank
So
you,
happy
Tom.
birthday to you tonight, Kelly Winstrup.
Thank you.
And the next time we're all together, there'll be some cake.
Yes. At the town of Mamaroneck, there was always cake. And I think it's a good thing. It's hard to be mad at somebody when they give you a nice slice of cake. Okay.
I just sent the right resolution, the revised one.
I'll look at it in a minute.
I
Okay,
haven't received it yet, but
I think because tonight is a night where there's important stuff on TV and there's a debate that I'm sure a lot of our residents who, no matter who you vote for, would like to watch. We have 93 attendees here tonight. So I think it would be prudent if we went on to the old business. We're going to start with 3A, village policy and procedure for painting of messages in streets and sidewalks and public spaces. Okay. Victor, would you like to explain this a little bit?
Victor, you're on mute.
Let me unmute myself. The policy, let me put it on the screen. Okay. Give me 1 sec. Okay, this is the latest, I believe, yes. It is intended to guide the board's conversations on murals, which is a new thing. You know, we typically, this is about monuments in parks. It used to be more of a graffiti issue. Now, this is what's happening in 2020. So to have an organized discussion, this policy intends to do that, not to have be a policy about what people can say or not say, what do we have to allow and not allow. This is just for when the board decides to endorse or adopt a message that can be considered as such and the term for that is village government speech. So this is all constitutional doctrines, but is as many interested and know a little bit about First Amendment, this is taking it out of that because it is recognized that the government can have its own statements or adopt its own monuments, etc. So this is what it's saying in the first paragraph, and that it will be government speech. It will be consistent with the vision of the comprehensive plan, which is actually 4 things. We are all about diversity, neighborhood character, quality of life, essentially the local things that we're interested in, so that we keep it home essentially and keep it focused, and that the board is free to entertain or to decline, so that we don't get in that issue of we are just embracing or just allowing one private entity and say another respond. It's just what the government can adopt as its own. And it will also guide if somebody from the board is doing that. So the policy embraces that, and it allows the village to participate or not. That's the discussion we were having earlier on to see, and that is not prescribed one way or the other. It allows it. So it would allow some community event with proposing it, and then of course the minimum requirements from the village, or it would allow the village or various community groups to come together and do something that they feel they can all agree on. And this of course also addresses the issue of accepting the donation, because there will be materials, there'll be in-kind contributions work. So that is essential. That is very important. That's kind of the second component. It has to be government speech. You have to accept the donation. Then the procedure is you look at what the proposal is, what the text is, where it's going to be located, what's the size, the materials, all that to know exactly what the proposal is about, and also to check that with the village manager to see if there are any issues about the village functioning properly, health and safety in this day. Of course, COVID related, for example, would be a good example of what we're trying to do there. We will consult with the village manager for that purpose, and the considerations or deliberations will be kind of 4 pieces: whether the village should adopt the message as its own, whether the proposed message affects health and safety or contrary to the village code of operations. Third, whether it should accept the donations, and fourth, whether the village should accept or not. So it will allow that would guide the criteria, and one element to resolve future issues is to decide that it would be that it would not be semi-permanent or permanent, that we recognize that eventually the areas will be repainted, maintained, repaved, whatever as appropriate as deemed necessary by the village manager in consultation with the Board of Trustees. I already found cases about this. There was a mural and and that there was a change of government, but somebody in the government already wanted to paint it or repave it. So we don't want to have those kind of issues. We'll just put it out there. So that is the main goal. Very, very consistent with the opinion that our council gave us. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Does anybody on the board have anything to say about that?
Yeah, I have, I think it's a great policy. I have 3 suggestions, 2 of which are the same. We're on number 2, policy, on the 4th line down, where it says the village may decide to participate. I suggest inserting the words allow non-employees to participate. And that same language would be put in on number 4, considerations on the last line. It says, and for whether the village should participate, again, insert between should and participate that language. Those are two suggestions.
Give me the first one again, because I missed you.
They're both the same. Allow non-employees to. Those
Should allow
non-employees to participate.
Where do you insert that? Where are you putting that in? Number
On the 4th
okay.
Paragraph entitled number 2, policy, 4th line down, with the sentence that starts, the village may decide to participate.
Mhm.
Between the words to and participate, allow non-employees to participate.
Village may, how about residents?
Residents would be non-employees.
No, because don't we have residents who are employees or employees who are residents?
Sure, of course.
If the village is doing it, the village can use its manpower and woman power. If the village, but if the way it reads, you couldn't have
Oh,
So
employees.
say members of the public.
Yeah, members of the public.
okay, yeah.
Okay, if you want to say members of the public, I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with that.
Yes,
But
fine.
that language should be put in number 2 on the 4th line. And the same language be put in on number 4, considerations. The last line, and 4, whether the village should participate, between should and participate, allow the same language goes in.
Members of the public.
Members of the public to participate.
So,
And the last suggestion, if I may, is still in the number 4, considerations, 1 line above, the 3rd line down, starting 3, whether it should officially accept the donation. I would suggest accept a donation.
or any donation, maybe.
Or any. Either one, either word, I don't care.
Okay. Except A.
Because otherwise you're requiring a donation.
Okay.
Whether it should, no, you're not required, whatever, any.
I think it makes a difference, whatever word is used in terms of the meaning.
Okay.
So with that, I'd like to move as amended.
How about we ask the public if they want to say something?
You know what, excuse me, Tom. I have the right to make a motion, and that way with the public can be participating in the motion.
No, we ask for public comment before motion, and that's how it works. Does anybody in the public wish to comment just upon this policy, not upon the mural itself?
Wow, 199 attendees. Have you seen this, guys?
Go with Glenn and then go with Jared.
Glenn, unmute yourself.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, number one, I'm a little bit dismayed watching the work session on this, because basically I've heard at least 3 members of the board saying this has to be absolutely done tonight. And I don't think that's the way. You are literally writing your legislation right now in front of me. Nobody has had 5 minutes to digest it, but somehow it actually has to, this resolution has to be passed tonight. There is no longer a Black Lives Matter community event this is tied to. At the very least, you can come up with what you're proposing, but you ought to at least give people 1 meeting to look over the proposal. That way they can make a judgment of whether they're for or against it, and at that point can comment on it. I believe the proposal is a good proposal. I think that one thing that you should add is that the village will not be responsible for the cost of maintenance of whatever mural painting or whatever goes on. And that again, we don't want it to be permanent. We want it to be temporary. I believe you have that in with what Victor said, if the street's repaved, redone, whatever. But you also want to put in that the village of Mamaroneck itself is not responsible for the maintenance of what is donated and placed on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Okay, Mr. Winchester. Just before Mr. Winchester starts, I'm just to remind everybody that there's a 3-minute limit. There's going to be a lot of speakers tonight, so we're going to try and move expeditiously. Mr. Winchester, you're muted. Go ahead, Jared.
Yeah, I'm just speaking on the idea of the time of the paint. So this is not temporary paint, correct? I mean, when the street fades, the paint would go away and that would be the end. I understand that. But we're not talking about, say, like St. Patrick's Day parade when we put down the, or the Halloween when we put down the, the pumpkins. We're not talking about that same style of paint, correct?
No, I think what they're talking about is just the fact that it will not be there in perpetuity.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's logical. But this is only to speak on this of the resolution of the law, right? This
Yes,
point, right?
This is just on resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Mr. and Mrs. Abadi?
Hi, good evening all. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I do have to agree with the first gentleman. I'm very gravely concerned in the rushed manner that I see this going through. This is not how I see my village working together as a team to ensure that your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. I feel that if you are going to adopt a resolution and a policy, that it should be vetted in its entirety, not just through one work session. It might take several to get this right. And as far as I'm concerned, when you're talking about a mural, now we're going to discuss the Black Lives mural later. But as far as the type of paint that is acquired for this mural, why should it be any different than what's being painted on the street in regard to Halloween or in recognition of breast cancer. That's what happens with the murals that are painted on our walls throughout the village. There's no ending point. There's just place those murals up on the wall, and when they fade, and whatever happens to them, happens to them. That shouldn't be the case with anything. There should be a way to resolve it, a way to take care of it, because what's happening right now in Washingtonville, things aren't taken care of and aren't vetted and are just left to go to disarray. I understand the purpose of a mural, but to make a special provision for this and to allow it to be non-permanent paint and everything else is non-permanent, and you would make the BLM mural permanent, it's an imbalance. There's no equity there. That's not fair. You're supporting one mural and coddling it in this fashion, and you're making everything else temporary everywhere else in the village. So you have to come across in that proposal as specifically as you can when it comes to the type of paint that's being used, because that becomes an imbalance. And to not, I don't understand, if we have trustees that are going to make decisions for us, we shouldn't have to push something of any mural context, Black Lives Matter or the such, to the village manager. Why do we have trustees to make these calls for us rather than push something of this magnitude to the discretion of the village manager? That's almost like okaying a fence to be put up as opposed to making sure a mural is placed of such magnitude. I think that there's a lot of vetting that you have to go through here instead of pushing this through, because I think the wording that Victor did is fantastic, but the ending of it and the way you finalize this proposal is going to hold a lot of weight from this point going forward throughout our community.
Thank you, Ms. Abadi. Victoria F.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hello. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to say that I have a daughter, I don't know if any of you do, at Mamaroneck Avenue School. And I'm concerned about the specific color. I agree, we all agree Black Lives Matter is something important to everyone. But there are many brown children that go to Mamaroneck Avenue School. And at the end of the day, when we walk with our Black, white, brown children, and we're passing a mural that is only specific to one color, I feel a small child will not understand how we see it and how we are looking to do something good that may hurt others. So I wish that we would do something that would include all the colors of our very diverse community, which is what makes the community this wonderful place. And I'm not sure if any of you have children or have sat outside of Mamaroneck Avenue School, a school that is more than 50% Hispanic, I believe, if you look up the data. So just to have a one color, if you will call it, across a playground where these little children are going to walk after school, I think we can do better than that. We have to do something that includes everyone. We don't want to leave anyone out. And I don't think a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old gets that whole thing, well, you know, the whole what's house is on fire thing. We have to look at this through young children eyes. These are children that will feel left out. Children that may not have the voice in our community. Parents maybe don't speak English. Parents' immigration status, all these things keep these people from speaking up. And I think we should keep that in mind. These are little eyes that will see something, and we may not leave the proper impression on a different colored child.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's skip down to Gerandi Martinez. Remember, folks, this is just on the policy, not on the mural. And please give your name and address. Ms. Martinez.
Yes, this is Gerandi Martinez at 782 Old White Plains Road. I am responding, and I'd really like to respond in English and Spanish. This is a Black Lives Matter statement in solidarity with our Black brothers and sisters. And as a Latina myself, and the child of immigrants, a person who works in the community, I really want to say that community members, people of color, we all understand this struggle, because this struggle is a collective struggle. It is about supporting our Black brothers and sisters and the fact that they deserve to live, to be free. And I really want to say this in Spanish for the community members that are listening in Spanish. Este mural es para apoyar a la gente, a nuestra comunidad, a nuestros hermanos afroamericanos, afrolatinos que quieren, merecen vivir libre de que lo maten, libre de que lo juzguen, y la lucha de ellos es nuestra lucha. Y como personas de color, latinos, afroamericanos, blanquitos, todos tenemos todo, pero no quiero que la gente comprenda que solo porque es un Black Lives Matter quiere decir que la vida de la gente latina no importa. Eso no es lo que quiere decir. Y como gente latina, yo hablo por mi familia, yo hablo por mis vecinos, las personas que tengan sus opiniones que las digan, pero como persona latina, esa lucha es mi lucha, and I support that. I'm a Latin person, I'm a Latina, and I support Black Lives Matters. And because if there's a Black Lives Matters mural in my community and my niece, who is a brown little girl, walks by it, she's gonna say, yes, Black Lives Matters, and that is my struggle too.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. The next up, Ms. Lee McNelly, and please give your name and address. Lee, could you just unmute yourself?
Why is it not working? Hello?
You're there. We hear you now.
Hi, this is Leanne McNelly, 203 Waverly. I just wanted to address my fellow neighbors. Some people were comparing this mural to us not having street parking, or making it a question of whether it should be temporary, like a pumpkin on Halloween. Black lives should matter all the time. It's not Halloween. Halloween is a once a year event. St. Patrick's Day is a once a year event. So the fact that my community members are comparing Black lives to a holiday or to street parking or not having lines in the street, that just proves that we need this mural in this community. And for kids who don't understand, that's the reason we need this mural in the community, so they can see it and ask questions, and so they can be educated, and so that we have less ignorance in our community and more love and more understanding.
Thank you, Ms. McNelly. Ms. Kaplan, Christina Kaplan.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is Christina Kaplan. I'm at 1412 Gerard Street. I just want to say that everyone who's addressing that everything needs to slow down, this is overdue, way overdue. This should have been even a question about paint, location. We need to pay attention to our community, pay attention to our children. I work with children. Trust me, they're asking questions. Trust me, they watch the news. They know why it's important that Black Lives Matter. They want to understand the struggle. They want to be the future. They want to be better. This needs to go through tonight, Tom. I know you know it. I know all of you guys know it. I'm not waiting for this anymore. I do not want to read another article tomorrow morning that, oh, another slide decision, it didn't pass because blah, blah, blah. You said it yourself. You're not going to make everyone happy, but we need to send the message to our community now, months, weeks away from the election, that we're there for them. And this community is diverse. And we know Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Ms. Purdy.
Hi, yes, good evening. This is Shannon Purdy at 202 Fairway Green. I'm actually with a colleague and fellow leader team member of a local nonprofit organization called One Mamaroneck that I hope that many of you are very familiar with. So I'm going to cede my time to Dante Wells.
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is Dante Wells. Address is 230 Center Avenue, which is located in Washingtonville. And the other day, I learned from Jarrett Winchester that Washingtonville historically is Black. This community was built by Black and brown people years ago. So for the issue of that, I heard that some people might have about, you know, Washingtonville not being a appropriate place to have this mural. I think that's false. This is the perfect place to have this mural, you know, to stand in solidarity with the Black and brown people who helped establish Washingtonville and so that it is what it is today. And the statement, Black Lives Matter, we're not talking about some organization. We're talking about 3 words, 1 sentence, Black Lives Matter. The statement, not an organization. If me as a Black man saying, if I hear the words Black Lives Matter, I'm going to agree with that. I do not have care for what this organization might be or what some people say it is. I know that I'm a Black man in this community, and that I stand by having a Black Lives Matter mural posted, painted in a community that I know was built by Black people. So there needs to not be any division or understanding that this is not a divisive thing. I don't know how many times people have to say it over and over again. We understand all lives matter, but all lives cannot matter until Black lives matter. And for people to sit here and compare this to a holiday and say that it's temporary. Yes, this pain is temporary, but Black lives will matter 365 days of the year. No question about it, day in, day out. There needs to be an understanding. I have moved to this community in March, and I joined One Mamaroneck because I grew up as a kid who was bullied as well, bullied, you know, being called the N-word. So I stand behind everything 1M is doing, everything that Jarrett Winchester is doing, and I had the pleasure to meet him myself in person. There should be no ifs, ands, or buts about this. This needs to happen. I'm telling you that right now. This needs to happen. I stand by this 100%. And for those who feel otherwise, your colors are being shown loud and clear. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make a point here. Okay, we're kind of morphing into the Black Lives Matter mural, and it's, so this was originally about the policy, right? That Trustee Tafour delineated. So what I'm going to do now is just meld them both together and let people have their say about both the policy, if you want to talk about the policy, and also if you want to talk about the resolution authorizing Black Lives Matter, because I can feel there's a lot, a built up desire to speak on that. So why don't we just make comments on both of them right now? This way, you know, it'll streamline the process, hopefully. So you can comment either on the policy, or you could comment upon the general principle of putting a mural that says Black Lives Matter. Okay, the next up to bat is Adelina Clark. Adelina Clark. I'm sorry if I mispronounced anybody's name tonight. Ms. Clark.
Hi, this is Adelina Clark. I'm calling you, speaking to you from 225 Highview Street. And I just want to first speak about the policy. I understand that there is being a policy wants to be made for mural painting, but when do we stop with the murals? When do we stop with the painting? Until we become a little city? That would be my concern most. And then how do we determine which murals are of importance to what part of the community. And I understand that we want to put that onto the village manager, but how do we do that? How do we, all of a sudden, we want to do what's important for us, a mural that is important to us or to a specific group, and yet it's not to another group, or maybe it is, but not as important. So when does it stop? When do we stop putting painting on the streets, on the walls? It just begins to look like graffiti after a while. There has to be some limit. And I don't see that there's a limit in the policy. You know, it could be endless. The other thing is I do agree with Victoria in terms of some of the children. I understand there are some teachers here on the call, but I am concerned with some children that don't understand how to differentiate between what ethnicity does matter. I'm a Hispanic woman, and as a child, I grew up in Mamaroneck. I'm a lifelong resident of this community. And I was one of the very few Hispanics in Mamaroneck, so in the 60s. So again, I just feel as though we have to be sensitive to children. Children may not understand it, and different ethnicities may not understand it. We're very heavy populated now, Hispanic, but we weren't back then. So I think it's something that needs to be considered. And I really don't believe a Black Lives Matter mural can be differentiated or separated from an organization. Why not find something that's a little bit more suitable that does represent the diversity in our community, instead of just that Black Lives mural, that Black Lives Matters mural, going up, painting on the street. And I don't see that we should be pushing through a policy in one meeting as well. So those are like 3 different pieces there for you guys to mull over. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark. Okay, the next up is Harold Peel. Harold Peel.
Hey, hello. This is Harold Pele from 933 Leicester Street. How you guys doing today?
Good, sir.
Yeah, I'm just really concerned about this mural and the painting on the streets, because I've seen how it's affected all over the world, and it seems to be a negative effect everywhere it goes. It seems to me that this would just be a negative part of our community, and it wouldn't be anything positive that would be generated from this. I can't in good reasoning not say something in regards to this. It's just not going to work. I'm just very concerned with my community, and I just don't know how to express myself properly, because I'm afraid that we're going to have like rioting and other negativity that's going to come to the community. Nothing good has come from anywhere that I've seen all these murals put, and the Black Lives Matter. I agree, all lives matter. So if you want to have a mural, I believe someone earlier today stated about having a multicultural mural, something of that fashion. That would be a positive effect on our community, not to single out one portion of the community. We should come together as one, not try to divide us. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I guess this is going to be Mr. Abadi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My name's James Abadi, Washington Street, Mamaroneck, New York, lifelong resident. First off, I think everybody's taking this out of context. I'm listening to the other gentleman speak about the community was predominantly Black. Listen, I'm 61 years old. I grew up in the flats. My father was the president of the Strawberry Patch. It was a diversified community then. It still is. But the difference is it was predominantly Italian and Black. We're not talking about color here. I understand what the statement is. The whole concern was what the last gentleman just said in this policy, is that everybody's concerned about safety and about listen, I know Jared has good intentions, and the guy and Levette, the people that want to do this have very good intentions. We understand that. This is not about race, and it's getting disgusting even talking about it. At the end of the day, we're more concerned about our community. I don't understand how we're trying to push the trustees out of this and not have the village be responsible for something in this magnitude. That's ridiculous. Okay, the village does need to be responsible for this. You don't put it in the hands of 5 or 6 people or 10. The trustees, that's why we're elected you. That's why you're there. That's what this is supposed to be about. So at the end of the day, you're going to just hand anyone the paint and say, okay, listen, this is what you believe in, go for it. There's a lot more involved in this. Okay. And maybe some people need to do some research. Let's not make it about race. If you want to support Black Lives Matter in this village, who I grew up with, the Jordans, Howie Jordan, who ran basketball camp for years at Columbus Park for the kids. David Vaughn, who ran co-op camp for years with the kids. White, black, Spanish, it doesn't matter. You got the Eisers. Listen, we grew up in this village. All we are saying is let's be responsible. If you're not going to make it all lives matter, and we're going to celebrate Black Lives Matter, let's do it in a positive manner in the village of Mamaroneck. I really think that we're not saying we don't want it. Nobody said that. It's controversial. Yes, it is. Okay. You can just Google it and you'll see a lot of research. The whole thing is we can't take the trustees out of this. Victor wrote a good policy. I believe that we have to be careful in what we're doing here. Okay. Forget about black, white, Spanish. Forget about that right now. This is the residents, the taxpayers of this village of Mamaroneck that are concerned about safety. And that's the bottom line, the safety of their community, the safety of where we live, where I drive to every day for the last so many years. I'm 61 years old, and we're not going to make this a race thing because it's disgusting. We never had this problem in Mamaroneck, and it's not going to start now. I firmly believe that the trustees need to make the decision of where it's going to be or how it's going to be. You can't just say, I understand that's their belief. Okay, let's give them the paint. You guys do what you want. Okay. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's being responsible. That's all. Thank you so much.
I just want to clarify. What we talked about was the Board of Trustees approving the message of Black Lives Matter, accepting the in-kind and paint donation, and approving the area where it would go. What the village manager would do, this is just a point of clarification, what the village manager would do was just take care of closing the street and facilitating how it is made, which is his functions at it better than we do. Mr. Rose. Maria DeRose. Hi, Maria.
Hi, Tom. How are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Great. Happy birthday, Kelly. With regard to the policy, with regard to Trustee Natchez's comments and the inclusion, I'm worried that if those words go in the public, then that may open it up to other groups that come in from outside the village. I thought someone else had mentioned residents, and I think that may be a better word to use in that instance, because this will be going for all murals across the board or any other donation of such to the village. So I don't know if you wanted to just limit it to residents or if you wanted things like that opened up to others outside. That was just my comment on that. And now since we're expanding, from what I heard at the last BOT meeting, it seemed to me that the biggest concern was the area in which this mural is going to be painted. The Black Lives Matter mural will be painted. And to that end, I think I may have a solution. I propose, and I don't know, this is not my thing. This is something that Mr. Winchester brought up, and I grew up in the flats, although I am a lot older than Mr. Winchester, so we did not hang out together. But I think maybe as an alternative, people were saying that they wanted it put in a place of prominence. So perhaps if we locate the mural on Prospect Avenue between Mount Pleasant and the crosswalk at Library Lane, which would be directly in front of the Hunter parking garage, that may be a good place for it for several reasons. Number one, if people want to come and view it. they could park in the Hunter Garage, and that gives the village revenue. Number two, it would be in front of the American Legion and a church. Those folks fought for everyone's freedom. The church, we could all pray for peace. And it just so happens to be right outside of the courthouse where justice in this village should be served. And we are protecting people. And again, it's in front of the police station. So there should be no vandalism or anything. I don't know if anybody else saw the Daily Voice today where New Rochelle is having a problem with white supremacists and white supremacist sympathizers that are destroying and defacing Black Lives Matter signs on public and private property. So if we put it in a place like that, we shouldn't have that kind of issue. And thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rose. The next up is SASI. SASI. Hello, SASI. Please identify yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Allie, and I wanted to say something in response to two comments that were made earlier about regarding kids, if we do put it in front of.
Can I interrupt 1 second, my friend? Could you just state your name and address, please?
Allie and Larchmont Acres.
Okay, thank you, Allie.
I wanted to address something that was said earlier regarding, it was a concern about kids if it's put in front of MAS. And I just wanted to say that, let's say you're walking your kid home from school and they see the Black Lives Matter mural and they say, hey, mom, hey, dad, whoever you are, I'm not Black. How come, does that mean my life doesn't matter? That's the perfect opportunity for you to explain to them what Black Lives Matter means and what the movement stands for, and how the phrase Black Lives Matter isn't saying that only Black Lives matter, but it's acknowledging the oppression that Black people go through. And it's acknowledging that we hear them and that in our community, we're trying to help them through their struggle. And that's the perfect time to say to your kid, that doesn't mean that your life doesn't matter. That's not trying to diminish any struggles that you go through, but we have to support and acknowledge our Black brothers and sisters. So that's the perfect time for you to go ahead and explain to your child what Black Lives Matter means. And that's part of the point of putting it where it is or where it would be, because it gives us the opportunity to explain it to people and to bring more awareness to the issue. Thank you.
Hi, this is Cylindra. I'm the account holder. I'm Allie's mom. And I just wanted to add to the people that say this is not a race issue. It's absolutely a race issue. And that's what the nation is facing as we're speaking about this issue, and which is why painting Black Lives Matter is important in our community, because it acknowledges the issue that the nation is facing. And to say that it is not racial, I'm not sure how you can watch the news every day and actually think that it's not a race issue. That's all I have. I think it's more than 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next up to bat is Ms. Carrie O'Leary.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carrie O'Leary. I live in Shore Acres. I submitted my comments in support of Mr. Winchester after watching the 9/14 meeting and as a follow-up to my vocal opposition to those that were against the Black Lives Matter mural. This was a sad day and a sad decision for Mamaroneck. In the interest of time tonight, I will address the policy as described this evening. It was shocking to see the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees turn down our neighbor, Mr. Winchester, on his original request to paint a Black Lives Matter mural. Mr. Winchester respectfully and thoughtfully laid out the request by his neighborhood community to paint a mural to be paid for with their own funds for a temporary amount of time. I now understand that the policy and procedure put forth tonight during this meeting is being considered up for adoption.
And I ask, what is the determination criteria that the village will be using to decide what murals or paintings are accepted? It feels to me like the village is co-opting the message away from Mr. Winchester and others, and the policy seems ambiguous and vague and somewhat subjective. I implore the board to clarify how they will make such decisions for the future. But tonight, it is time to allow the Black Lives mural to go ahead in the Friendly Village. In response to the former callers, it is about color. It always has been. Black Lives Matter. We need to listen to our community who are asking for the mural. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Leary. The next up is Amy Robertson.
Hi, I'm Amy Robertson. I live on Henry Avenue. And I wanted to also reply about the Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter question. And that, I mean, I think when I had sent an email to Tom and the trustees after the last meeting with links to statistics about how Black lives are the ones in danger. Black people are twice as likely to be killed by the police while unarmed. The Black people are discriminated against in wage earnings. Black mothers are the most likely to die from pregnancy and childbirth. And so their lives are the ones most in peril in the entire United States. If we don't acknowledge that that Black people are the people most at risk, then we're not valuing all lives. And that's why I think that this is an important message that does align with the idea of being a friendly village and a village that cares about all of its neighbors. And I echo what Ali had to say earlier about, you know, a mural like this is an opportunity to educate child that walks by and says, "Why, you know, I'm not Black and don't I matter?" Of course you do. And to discuss this a little bit in response to somebody that spoke earlier also that was concerned about, you know, I heard concerns about traffic and concerns about rioting. I mean, I see other beautiful murals in this town. The Skinny House, the Normal Rockland House, there's things to see and it isn't causing a huge traffic problem in terms of whether things are peaceful. Our village had a very peaceful Black Lives Matter march from the harbor down to hummocks. And, you know, this isn't going to turn into rioting because that's not what this village is. Instead, it's just an opportunity to reiterate how this village cares about all of its residents and supports the Black people in our village. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy D. Hello, Tracy D.
Hi, how are you? Happy birthday, Kelly. Thank you guys so much for revisiting this. It really means a lot. It's an important topic to a lot of people in this village. Firstly, I don't know where people are getting the idea that the proposal was to be anywhere near a school. It was proposed to be on Madison Street, 148 Center Avenue, by the way, that's where I'm from. So, I mean, maybe kids will see it, maybe they won't, but it's not like it's going to be plastered on a playground. This isn't necessarily just all about the children, but if we're going to talk about the children, then sure, let's talk about the children. Mamaroneck School District has a race problem. And if we're not going to talk about, like, if we're going to pretend that like this isn't a race issue, it is a race issue. Our school district is facing lawsuits for racism. Kids are like, there is a race. I went to Mamaroneck High School. There was a race problem. Like, there are issues at hand in our community. Another thing that I'm noticing is a lot of people who aren't Black in our community feel as though they have the right to say that there is not a race issue in our community. When, to be honest with you, you don't have the right to say that. You cannot turn to a Black person and say, there's no race issue, because you are not experiencing that. You are not going to school in our school districts as a Black person and experiencing these things. So there is a race problem in our community, and this is about race. So let's explain this to the children when they see the mural. Let's show them what this is about. This mural is not saying Black lives matter more than your life. This mural is not saying Black people are more important than you. This mural is saying Black lives matter. I don't see anything else going on in that mural except for Black lives matter. And really, do they matter? Do Black lives matter? I mean, you can't answer me, but if anyone says no, then we have a problem. So realistically, what it comes down to is the proposal is for Madison Avenue, Madison Street, and it wasn't supposed to blow up this big. It was just supposed to be a little thing. We didn't think that it was going to be a huge deal, but it's created a huge deal. And I think that it's creating a huge deal because it's poking and prodding at white fragility. I think that people are upset because they're going to have to look at something that potentially makes them uncomfortable and makes them realize that there is a real race issue. And that's more of the reason that it needs to be put up. Another proposal that I have is Columbus Park. I think that that might be another great location. First, I think Madison would be the best location. It was proposed. I think that that's the best. I think that's really where our community hangs out the most, and we'd like to see it there. It's right by the Elks Club. Why not? If you don't want it there, put it at Columbus. I mean, hey, it's a central location. People can still go view it. It's a park. People hang out there. Why not? So that's really all that I have to say. Otherwise, I will just I could go on for days if you give me more than 3 minutes. So anyways,
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy. The next up is Seamus and Elizabeth O'Rourke. Mr. or Mrs. O'Rourke?
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Seamus O'Rourke here with my wife, Elizabeth. We're at 525 North Wagner Avenue. We just want to hopefully very briefly say that we would be so proud to see the Village of Mamaroneck allow a Black Lives Matter mural in our community. We think that at this time of overdue reckoning with the evil of racism in our country's history and in our current society, it seems like the least that we could do as a symbol of our village's commitment to a more just and a more unified world. As far as where, I think there's been a lot of good suggestions. You could paint it in front of our house. You could paint it in Florence Park or where it's been proposed. The harbor is a great idea. I don't think there needs to be only one of these, but anywhere and please somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mayra Sage?
Hi, it's Emerald. I'm at 100 Nolan in the Heights. I want to start off by saying that I'm a Mamaroneck High School graduate, class of 2004, and I am Black. And I will say, I learned about this through the article. I didn't actually know you guys were going to have a conversation about it at the last meeting. And to see that it was originally, the mural was originally rejected was very disheartening for me. I think people don't understand where the term Black Lives Matter comes from. It started off as a hashtag after the acquittal of George Zimmerman for killing Trayvon Martin. The goal of that hashtag and the movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, is to eradicate racism and push for Black people's right to live with dignity and respect. Black people want the injustices of people in color endure to be acknowledged. We want systems that allow systemic racism to continue in this country to be reformed. I'm going to echo the Tracy who spoke earlier. The rejection, the original rejection, was a stunningly bad look. Soon after, our school district was sued for violating Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which is discrimination on the basis of race. Black Lives Matter, that slogan, if anything, is about reminding society about the inherent value in Black people's lives, in my life, in my family's lives. I mean, my mother's a librarian at the public library. My brother worked for LMC for a few years. You know, like, we are a valuable part of this community. And if all men are created equal, then Black people deserve equality. And if all lives matter, then Black lives matter too. I mean, there's nothing divisive in that statement. And there's nothing divisive in Black people trying to highlight that they want to be recognized as equal and human And that doesn't take anything away from other people, because care and empathy is not finite. I mean, for example, right now it's Hispanic Heritage Month. I would hope that the school districts are putting their curriculum in place so that kids can learn about, Latin culture here in America. I know my organization, the one I work for, which is a public nonprofit that provides free legal services for low-income New Yorkers, is celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with a number of series of events. And so the two things don't have to be in competition. Honestly, it's white supremacy that tries to pin people of color against other people of color. I will say, to the few people who commented about how their child will feel left out, I'm going to tell you, your child is left out of racial profiling and police brutality. And that's just a fact. Okay. And the only people who have the ability to forget about race are peoples whose race doesn't affect them on a daily basis. I'm going to end off, by saying that this happened a very long time ago. When I first moved to Mamaroneck, I had just turned 10. I joined Girl Scouts, which I loved, and it was my first time going around on my own street to sell Girl Scout cookies. And a neighbor, I think she only lived about 6 doors down from where I lived, when I rang her doorbell to sell cookies, she said to me, "Oh, I already bought cookies from a local girl." And the fact is, I only lived like 6 doors down from her, and she did not see me as local. And I knew from then at age 10, it was because of the color of my skin, because we were the only people of color on that whole block. And so I think, despite the fact that we are a pretty diverse town.
Ms. Sage, I'm really sorry, but it was a 3-minute limit, and I understand what you're saying, and it's a really cogent message, but I have to stop now. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Ma'am. Ms. Hanley.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Phoebe.
Great, thank you. I'm just tuning in to add to the support of this mural happening. I think it's sad. This was originally just a really easy moment of celebration of what was originally a block party that's now turning into this politicized debate for something that is not political. Black Lives Matter is not a political statement. It is a celebration of Black lives. This should be a celebration of our Black neighbors. And I just want to respond to the people that have said, like, we've never had this problem in Mamaroneck. We've never had problems of color. There's a great Instagram account called Shedding Light Mamaroneck that has encouraged students of Mamaroneck High School to share their experiences, students of color to share their experiences with the high school. And I think this is really eye-opening for those that don't believe that this is an issue here, an eye-opening experience of how your neighbors and how your fellow students and colleagues have been treated by members of our town, by members of our education system. And I think this should really be a learning experience, not only for adults, but also for kids. And to respond to the people that have concerns about children, there are plenty of children's books. It is an easy Google search of Black Lives Matter children books, to be able to explain this to your kids in a way that is a celebration, that is really positive, that shows how we can change and be better moving forward, be better neighbors to each other. And I think that's not an education that only kids need. If you have questions about the validity or the need of this mural in our town, it might be good to read those children's books yourself and understand how this is a celebration and something that we should be unanimously in support of. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Hanley. Always good hearing from you. I'm going to jump down because to the Sangers, because I know Ms. Sanger wanted to speak. Elizabeth Sanger. The
Sangers, right?
The Sangers, yeah. Unmute.
Unmute.
Okay. I'm just very strongly in support of the Black Lives Matter mural. I think it's a great affirmation. and it's needed. The point is, it's needed. Many Black people feel as if they're treated as if their lives don't matter. And that's a horrible indictment on our whole society. And if we can, do anything we can to counteract that experience and counteract that indictment of our society, all of us should be doing that. So I strongly support the Black Lives Matter mural. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singer. The next up is Ms. Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Megan.
Hi, this is Megan Williams. I live on Florence Street. It's hard, I'll be brief. It's hard to follow up a lot of these really powerful statements that have been made, but I am in absolute support of a Black Lives Matter mural, no matter where it is. But I also feel that people who have put forward painting it in their own neighborhood, I also support that, the initial proposal. Those of you, my fellow village residents, who think of the statement Black Lives Matter as political or divisive, or see and hear it as exceptionalism, I ask you just to add a couple of words to the front and back of Black Lives Matter. Do Black Lives Matter to me? You can ask yourself. And if the answer is yes, then the statement Black Lives Matter should not be one of division, but one of inclusion. Someone said it earlier tonight that if you ask that question of yourself and your answer is no, then there's a serious problem. Undoing systems that have for centuries promoted the safety of one set of people at the expense of another is not an overnight proposition or a painless one. This is not about lessening the history or struggle of other groups in our community. This is not about comparison. This is about focusing the conversation, and you cannot have change without a focused conversation. And if we're talking about Black lives, if we're talking about that Black people have experienced over centuries, if we're talking about the deliberate writing of Black people out of the development of our nation, then you need to focus on Black lives. And that doesn't mean that other people don't matter. It just means that we're talking about Black people and the injustices that Black people have faced and continue to face. That's all I'm going to say. I support the mural. I believe it would be important for our community. And that's it. Thank you. End thought.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. The next is Alyssa Goldberg.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Goldberg. I live in Shore Acres, and I'll be brief. I just want to say I too am in support of the mural. And I think that Allie, Miss Sage, Tracy, and many of the people speaking tonight, I echo their sentiments, and I'm very encouraged that so many people have come to support the mural. I think for the people, the handful of people who seem to be against it and sort of insinuated that if there is a mural, it's going to create a problem and there'll be some sort of reaction and negative. I would say to those people, you seem to suggest that you have a history here and that you've interacted with your Black brothers and sisters of Mamaroneck. And if that's true, and you actually don't want to be a problem, you don't want there to be a problem, I would encourage you to stand up and say that you stand in solidarity with their struggle and you want them to feel respected, included, and understood, and that you would not want to experience that they've experienced with which somehow you've expressed that there is no problem and they're not experiencing the challenges they faced, which is very unfortunate. I encourage you to speak to these other people that you seem to be speaking for and ask them about their experiences and get educated and understand the challenges so that you can help and make our community whole and united in respect and inclusion for everyone. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Aileen?
Hi, yeah, my name's Eileen. I reside in Harbor Heights. So I understand that some people have safety concerns, but the mural isn't hurting anybody. The mural is just something that people can look at, and if you do not like it, you don't have to look at it. That's it. And people mentioned that race. There's a Instagram account called Shedding Light that includes all these stories from children who have suffered for so many years and who shouldn't have to do it because of the color of their skin. And me as a Latina, I understand that, there's things that I face as well that come as a result of my skin color, but I still stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter, because I know that they are suffering the most in this country because they are getting killed at an exponentially higher rate than anybody else. And there's nothing wrong with saying Black Lives Matter, because it's about lives. It's not about putting one before the other. It's about saying this is what we need to work on right now, and we should come together to do that. The other thing I wanted to say is that somebody before had stated that, with the murals, where does it end? Like, which ones should be allowed and which shouldn't? Well, the thing is, if we want to talk about that, how about no more pumpkins on the streets for Halloween? No more, shamrocks for St. Patrick's Day, like that's a 1-year event. Okay. And there's a lot of other murals around Larchmont, Mamaroneck, and nobody has, as far as I've heard, no issues with that. And another mural is just another mural. And if it was like, I don't know, shooting at people, like the issues that we're facing right now in the world, then I would say no, but it doesn't hurt anybody. And that's all I have to say about that. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next caller is Jaylene.
Hello. Hi. So I just want to say that I hate that you guys want to get this over with very quickly and not want to see the importance of this and the reality of what this community actually is, which is that it's straight up racist. But just instead want to get on with your white lives and forget about everything until you just need to deal with it again. Folks who are stumbling over their words are the ones who have never had to put into the words of their lives experience because of the normative experience is silence of white supremacy. Ethnicity and race is also not the same. You can be Black and Hispanic, like how you can be white and Hispanic. Such as, I am a brown Hispanic woman and I have faced discrimination, but it's not on the same level that my Black siblings face on the daily here in Mamaroneck and around the world. Why is it affecting so many people so negatively on the Black Lives mural? Is it the word Black? Is that what's making you uncomfortable? Painting murals is not inviting violence. There's no casual link between a mural and violence. The very notion that affirming the humanity of Black people would invite violence is disgusting and fundamentally ignorant. This mural is celebratory and it is the only divisive if one does not agree with that Black Lives Matter. Neither does the phrase Black Lives Matter in any way devalue other races. Saying one thing is good does not imply all other things are bad. Like when you tell your mother you love her, it does not imply that you don't love your father. Will children ask questions about the mural? Of course, they will always ask why the sky is blue. The role of parents and other adults in the community is to answer those questions with fairness and grace. If you cannot explain why Black Lives Matter is an expression of love and solidarity, if you see it as devices, I push you to learn about the phrase and the movement. The question of the mural, to the question of the mural, a mural is a symbolic gesture of support. It falls for short of material support for members of our community that are facing constant persecution. It is least that we can do, and we should be ashamed it has taken us this long to vocalize that support. And I also want to state that that we should support the group of residents that designed and proposed the mural, that they want the following: full design control of the mural, that they want to provide labor and paint of the mural themselves, and that the mural be located on Madison Street, which is where the Block Party has been taking place for many years. So I believe that we should listen to them. This shouldn't be controversial, but here we are. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am. The next up is Ms. Marshall, Emily Marshall. Hello, Ms. Marshall.
You have to mute, Emily.
Ms. Marshall, please unmute. Emily Marshall, call the last time. Okay, we're gonna put Ms. Marshall back and go to Carolina Yan. And if I mispronounce anybody's name, I apologize in advance. Ms. Yan?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, speak up a little.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I have one of my daughters wants to say something quick, and I would like to say something too about the mural.
Black people can't take their skin off, but cops can take off their uniforms.
Okay.
That was my daughter Felicia, and my name is Carolina Yan, and I live at White Plains Road in Mamaroneck. And I also want to talk about the mural. Like so many people have said, in the village of Mamaroneck, they put the pumpkins, they put other things for other holidays. I think for the mural, I think it's a good idea. We can't ignore what's going on, around the world. It's something that's still going on, and it's continuing still going on. And like Ali said, we have to talk to our kids. If children see murals, we have to educate children. It could be teachers, it could be school, but we cannot ignore this. I know Mamaroneck is mixed of all race, Hispanic, blacks, whites, all cultures, and for me, I think the mural is very important. Like Jared said, maybe we should put it right there on Madison, a proposal, put it there, and don't let people pay for it when Village uses money to put a pumpkin or put another holiday, which I think is very important too. We can't ignore this. Why can't the Village pay for paint to put a mural? We can't ignore issues like that, and I think it's very important to have a mural. Right now it's going on, even women are getting murdered, Breonna Taylor, got murdered. Those cops, weren't charged for her murder. It's innocent, person in her house, So I think this is very important, and I know my daughters are very strong for this topic. One of my daughters, who was my middle daughter, did the protest along with her older sister and other children that go to Mamaroneck High School, did the protests that started from Harbor Island and ended in Larchmont. And when I asked my daughter how many people she would think that came, she said 500. And when it was more than 500 people, and it was a protest peacefully, people were supportive about that protest, Right. And I feel that a lot of people in Mamaroneck and Larchmont too support that too, because this is a topic, very important topic that we're still continuing to listen in the news every day, So I think this is a very important mural that should belong.
Thank you.
Like Jared said, maybe on Madison, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Yan.
Thank you very much.
Kimberly Travanzano. Ms. Travanzano.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hi, so I'm Kimberly Travazzano, and I'm alum from the high school, and I just wanted to say a few things that this is a problem in our community. It's been going on in our school systems. I have personally gone through it myself. But the fact that, 10 years later, 15 years later, people are coming back and saying it's still a problem, I think we need to, clean our ears with Q-tips, because this is what everybody's been screaming. I, as a Latina, know my history and where my parents are from, and I know we have a big Afro population, and as do most Latino countries. And let's not forget about the Caribbean countries. As Hispanic and Latinos, we stand in solidarity with them, because right now they're being persecuted, they're being killed unrightfully, and in our own community, AA and BA matter. you know, they deserve to be treated like human beings. They deserve to be children, and they don't know, excuse me, I know children in our community, you know, if they have questions, I think at a young age, it is better to answer them, and there's ways to answer them. And at the end of the day, you know, Black Lives Matter, and there's nothing political about it. And it's just saying, you know, people that are Black matter. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to point out, Mr. and Mrs. Abadi and Jarrett Winchester, they went first, and they actually listened to me, and they just talked about the policy. So I'm going to give those two participants another bite at the apple. Mr. or Mrs. Abadi.
Thank you, Laura Abadi. But I don't know, are we still discussing policy, or have we moved on now to discussing the mural?
I said before that we were going to discuss them both in tandem.
Okay. I'm not sure if you're going to read the letter petition that was sent to you earlier today, or should I?
If you want to, please do. Yeah.
Okay, because this is going to be in two parts, because what I think, before I read my letter, what I want you to understand, and what a good portion of the village of residents of Washingtonville are trying to say, is that in conjunction with the gentleman that spoke earlier, Washingtonville was not historically all African American. It was of an Italian American descent, along with African Americans. And we have lived here diversified for centuries. We've been here together for a long, long time. My house is a fourth generation. It was built in 1868. That's how long my family has been in the flats. I think what's being missed here, and what is concerning me at utmost, is that I see and understand and sitting here with a petition to support this mural. What I don't feel should happen is the mural should be in Washingtonville. It should be in a centrally located section of the VOM. We suggested the harbor, and then we suggested in front of the regatta to mirror what Mayor Spano did, because he received pushback in the same way. We're bouncing back and forth here with statistics on who is what color and where everybody lives. And that's not what should be happening. What should be happening is I feel Jared should feel this way. Oh my God, I'm going to get top billing in the village of Mamaroneck putting this mural in front of the regatta for everybody to celebrate. And we're still hell-bent on discussing putting it in Washingtonville, the most overpopulated, condensed section of town that can't handle the traffic that it has already. Now, I have had 54 signatures. 11 of them are from that small section of Madison Street that are opposed to the mural being painted on their street and would like to see it placed in a central location. And the letter reads as follows. As a resident of the village of Mamaroneck, I'm writing to express my concern with the proposal to put a BLM mural on Madison Street between Old White Plains Road and Grand Street within the small residential neighborhood of Washingtonville. I feel it would be more appropriate to place such a mural in a common area of the village for all to view. For instance, in front of Village Hall Regatta on Mamaroneck Avenue or equivalent location, so that all residents and visitors can easily and safely come to patronize this mural in a widely populated area. We are suggesting a central location such as the Village Hall Regatta on Mamaroneck Avenue to mirror other municipalities throughout the county. Many municipalities have taken the responsibility of the BLM mural by commissioning a local artist to create and paint the BLM mural and placing it in a widely central location within their village, town, or common area. This is a message for the entire community, and it should be located in a more public place in celebration of all African Americans that reside within the village of Mamaroneck. No specific neighborhood should be singled out. We are respectfully requesting that you listen to our plea and consider placing the mural in a more centralized zone or location within our village of Mamaroneck, and not on a small residential side street in a small residential area that may not be able to support the magnitude of attention this mural might receive. Now, I understand that in lieu of their block party, they wanted to do some sort of community service, but this has become far bigger than the block party or what they imagined. And now it's expanded. You have residents, what, I mean, how about on Richville Road? People want it there. People want it at Shore Acres. People want it all over the place. It has to be a balance and has to be equitable. A mural like this doesn't belong in one section of town. It belongs in the center of town for everybody to stand in solidarity and to patronize all together. By doing it in another way is not equitable, and it's an imbalance. It's become bigger than the block party. It's become bigger than this section of town. It's become bigger than what we could have all created and imagined. And all this pushback, going back and forth with what maybe Miss Allen wants or what Jared is requesting, it has become bigger than that, because now you have 11 residents that are in your hands that are saying that they do not want that on their street and they would like it placed somewhere else. And altogether, you received 54 of these letters stating the same fashion. And I know you've received emails, I'm sure, so overwhelmingly at this point that you can't even read through them all. But I think we're missing the general point that nobody's trying to say no to it, but we're trying to find common ground to put it in one central location for everyone. And I don't understand why that is becoming so hard.
Okay. Thank you, Laura.
My husband will raise his hand next after me. I hope you understand. There's two of us.
Okay, let me get to somebody else and he'll be back. Ritika.
Ritika, Robert.
No, Ritika Aurora.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Ritika Aurora. I'm at 601 Brook Street. And I just wanted to express my support for the Black Lives Matter mural. And I do think we need to support the Black members of our community who have to confront racism on a daily basis and stand in solidarity with them. And I understand this issue of the location, but I don't understand how a mural is going to cause massive traffic increase, or people are not going to come and congregate and stand and stare at it for hours and cause, traffic problems or violence or rioting. That's not what our village is about. It's about them putting their statement where they think it's important for them, for their community, and for other people to acknowledge it. So I just want to express my support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robert Anthony.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Robert and I live on Rich Bell Road. I would like to start by asking a few questions I have in regards to the new mural being proposed. Can you tell me the name of all the organizers for this mural?
Please continue your statements, Mr. Anthony.
Okay. I would like to know if this is also going to be temporary paint or permanent paint. And is this specific paint eco-friendly and will not hurt or damage the environment in any way? If yes, how do you know this and what expert did you call and verify this with? Does this paint with time biodegrade by itself, or does the village have to buy special solution or chemicals to remove the mural? Are these cleaning chemicals eco-friendly as well? Who's going to be paying for the police for the overtime to shut down the street, as well if the street is needed to be shut down for the removal of the mural? What are the guidelines to request murals being painted in the village, such as size of meetings? How do you determine who would be approved and who will be denied? Will the mayor approve everyone's request for murals and push them to the top of the agenda like he did for the BLM mural? Mr. Mayor, as you stated in the work session, you will not approve hate speech. However, BLM on many occasions can be seen in videos and in print using the most racist names describing Jewish people. BLM language harkens back to the Holocaust. As I brought up in our first meeting, this type of mural brings nothing but divisions into the community. This will bring a criminal element to our peaceful village. As we have seen on September 23rd, 2 more cops were shot during a BLM-backed protest in Louisville. Will we have professional agitators unloading U-Haul trucks full of gear to terrorize the community? We all know there will be an uptick of curious people who will come purely for the attraction, but also troublemakers. We have a small police department. What are the costs of extra shifts for our officers to deal with the increased inflow of traffic that the mural will bring in? If any violence or destruction comes as a result of the mural, who pays for the damages? Will it be the organizers or will it be the taxpayers left to pay? Agitators from both sides will come to this mural. Are we equipped to deal with and allocate the funds for this? Also, if this is not cleared by Public Works and the person comes and defaces it, is there going to be any criminal charges against them? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Elsa Rubin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening. First of all, I want to thank all the board members for their time and effort. And Trustee Kelly, happy birthday. This has been a controversial subject, and I appreciate the fact that Victor wants to consider all the residents' sentiments. I also want to thank Nora for seeking to protect our village from legal entanglements. I would like to commend you all for really working hard to come to an expedite resolution. At the end of the day, as elected officials, you owe it to our community to listen and acknowledge even those who are underrepresented. And please, don't take away the initiative from the people who came up with this idea. It's their idea, you have to respect it. They came up with it and they own it. And for those Latina mothers who ask what would their kids would think about a sign saying Black Lives Matters, I encourage them to learn about the Black struggle and teach it to their kids and make the connection to the struggle to our own brown lives. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night, Elsa. The next up is Mike. Please identify yourself. Mike. Michael.
You have to unmute your mic.
Unmute your mic, Mike. Okay, there you go, Mike, you're on. Mike, you're on. Can you hear me? Did you mean to get on, Mike? Okay, Mike is gone. Ali and Eileen have gone already. Go to Matthew Lovett.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Diana Lovett. I wanted to say I'm strongly in favor of the Black Lives Matter mural. And I want to particularly call out Kelly and Mayor Murphy for your leadership, your thoughtful words, and thank you for being so proactive and speaking up on this issue. I'm a white Jewish woman. I'm a parent to 2 kids in our school system, and I don't find this mural to be something that would make them feel bad. I think it's something that will make them feel good. My kids tuned into this meeting at 5 p.m. and watched for 3 hours until it was their bedtime because they're so strongly in support of this. We'd like to volunteer if they're accepting volunteers to help paint this mural. To us, we see it as a symbol of inclusion and acceptance and something that we as a family all strongly support. And I think to the gentleman who referenced the Holocaust, the takeaway I would take from that is how that underlines the need for protection of minorities. And if we are a predominantly white community and we have a small population, although growing, of people of color, it's our job to amplify, listen, and stand behind our communities of color. And if this proposal was made by that community, it's our job to back it. So we're strongly in favor. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Lovett. Let's go back to Lee McNally because Ms. McNally was one of the ones who had an abbreviated opening.
Lee, unmute your mic.
Lee McNally.
Hi, this is Leanne.
we have multiple people here today, and I just wanted to give someone
I
else.
can't hear you, Lee.
Can't hear you.
Speak up.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Very low.
Hello?
Shout.
Can you hear us?
Back.
Sorry about that. We have multiple people here, and I just wanted to give someone else the opportunity to speak because other topics came up that didn't come up before.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Robert Rivers. I grew up on Madison Street, and I also lived on Waverly Avenue. And me personally, I feel like this is something that needs to be done. There shouldn't even be a question about it. You know, I grew up on this town. I'm known as an essential worker, but I've had cops pull guns out on me while I was on private property. You know, I've dealt with all of the BS that comes along with this. I've had white friends that were my best friends since I was a kid. So believe me, I'm not sitting here looking at it like, you know, this is a racist thing that, you know, we don't see. We see it. You know, I've had friends that were white and their parents were racist when I was a kid. You know, we've seen all of this. And the location, Madison Street, is probably the best location. But if you guys want to move it somewhere else, then it should be in the village, right where the most money is made in Mamaroneck, where you got people popping up every day. Some of them from Mamaroneck, some of them not. But they can understand the struggle that we're going through here. You know what I mean? A lot of people that sit here and make decisions here, a lot of y'all haven't grown up here. And a lot of these people that are sitting here talking about, oh, this place, you know, it wasn't mostly black and this and that. When it comes down to it, most of the black people built this town. When it comes down to it, you know, there was slavery here. All of this stuff happened. It's not nothing that we can forget. Y'all want to use temporary paint, and when it comes down to it, this situation wasn't temporary. This situation's been going on for years, and y'all want to sit here and just sit and want us to sit here and be quiet. No, that's not the way it's going down. And when it comes down to it, for Madison Street, we'll supply the money for that, and we'll take care of what has to go on there. If people want other murals to be put up, then put them up. You guys aren't saying nothing about these murals that are on the side of these buildings, that it's not temporary paint. These murals have been on there for years. And now all of a sudden that we want to have a Black Lives Matter mural, that's now it's a problem. That shouldn't be a problem. You know what I mean? And if everybody's with it and everybody feels like all lives matter, then you should feel like Black Lives Matter. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go to people who haven't spoken before. Ms. Saul.
Can you hear me? Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Theodora Saul. I live at 1315 Crown Court. I want to address a lot of what's being said in a very brief way. This mural, I don't believe, is intended to be political. But Black people in this country have been excluded from the political process. So while everyone is tripping over themselves to talk about how this is not political, giving Black people a voice which has been silenced for 400 years is definitely political. And it is incumbent upon us to impart space for that voice to rise up. And if you haven't noticed, it's rising up whether you like it or not. And the characterization of the Black Lives Matter movement as some bunch of vigilantes who you anticipate will be riding up in buses or horses to come and wreak havoc upon the village is simply fantasy, which brings me to the word I want to introduce, which is pretext. Something pretextual is a reason given which is in fact a justification for something, but is not the actual reason. And I want to talk about the Board of Trustees meeting last week, where I saw 3 trustees use pretext and fear, to be weak, and to hide behind so many useless words. And I think that you three should be ashamed of yourselves, because I know you to be good people. And when push came to shove here, you just ran and hid under the bed. And it was embarrassing to watch. And I want to shout out to Tom and to Kelly for standing up for what's true and right and what the voice of the village needs to hear and is expressing. So the idea that Washington Street is not the right place, and I have a good idea. Let's put it on Mamaroneck Avenue across 2 lanes in Technicolor. Well, you know what that is? That's fear mongering. Because think of all the people who would be uncomfortable with Mamaroneck becoming the only village in the nation whose main street was marked by Black Lives Matter mural on the ground. So that is a way to cause fear in people who are village residents who would support a mural but might not want something that is so dominant that it would simply overcome the charm of the downtown village by virtue of what it says and what it calls attention to, which is how we have treated Black people in this country since we forced them to come here. And I note in the Larchmont Gazette in 2009, there is an article about the 150 slaves that were held in Mamaroneck. So I don't want to hear that we're Snow White and pure and we don't have a problem here. Because while I know African Americans who grew up here and had a happy childhood, every single one of them will tell you that growing up in Mamaroneck, there was segregation and separation, and that it is time to let the African-American voice rise up, and in this case, in song, in friendship, in joint expression, in invitation. And the idea that we could reject that is beyond me. What kind of a place is this becoming?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who hasn't spoke yet? There is a participant named Emma Murphy, and just to be honest and open, she is my firstborn. Hello, Emma.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name's Emma Murphy and I live on 824 Carpenter Place in Mamaroneck. And I am a 2nd generation Mamaroneck resident, lifelong resident, as if that qualifies me more to speak on this topic. But I just want to show support and say that I think the mural is a great idea. And I implore the board to do the right thing and to listen to what the community has been saying on this meeting tonight and to take what they're saying into consideration. And for those who voted against it, to reconsider their vote this time around. I think the mural is a great idea, and I would be really proud of the village to have this in place. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Emma. Next up is Marguerite Maneker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Margaretta. I'm from Larchmont. As Mamaroneck is located on the traditional lands of the Simonoi peoples, I wish to first acknowledge those who stewarded this land for generations before Europeans came. Our nation, the so-called United States, was only able to prosper based on the unpaid and enslaved labor of people of African descent. Therefore, it is imperative that our community uplift and affirm that Black lives matter. Allowing this mural to be painted is a strong statement that we are a community who loves and accepts each other. I highly doubt that there will be any issues regarding quote unquote rioting, as this is a quiet community. This mural will serve as a way to spark needed and important conversations in our community in order to bring to light the many issues within our town. In terms of the comments from Robert Anthony, the movement Black Lives Matter is not the same as the organization of the same name. In any case, this fear-mongering that you're trying to spread in the village is preposterous. Additionally, as a white and Jewish member of the community, I disavow your absolutely inappropriate equation of the movement for racial equality in this country to the brutal treatment and mass murder of my people by Nazi Germany. I second the comments made by Diana Levitt. Thank you. As a graduate of Mamaroneck High School, I also join many other voices in our community in saying that yes, the school district has a racial inequality problem. The only way that we will, okay, thank you. Can I finish?
Yes, please. I'm sorry. I thought you were. I apologize.
No.
I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off. I really am sorry about that. I thought you were done. Let's try Mike again.
Hello.
Oh, wait, Marguerite's back now. Let's try Marguerite again because I cut her off. I apologize, Marguerite.
Thank you. As a graduate of Mamaroneck High School, I join many other voices in our community in saying that we do have a racial inequality problem. And I believe that the only way that we will begin to confront the deep and insidious nature of white supremacy in Mamaroneck is to acknowledge it and to affirm that Black Lives Matter. I urge community members and the Board of Trustees to vote in favor of this mural. And I urge community members to look into the work of One Mamaroneck and the Instagram account at Shedding Light Mamaroneck, MAMK, in order to understand the reality of what has been occurring in our schools. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's try Mike again because Mike maybe had technical difficulties before. Mike, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mike Martinelli.
Hi, Mike.
And how are you, the board and my fellow residents? I do live on Madison, and you know, I've been listening to you guys. I don't believe in any white supremacy. I don't even believe there's any racial issues in Mamaroneck. I do believe, though, some of the issues with the BLM tag is, and I sent an email to you guys, is there is violence associated with the BLM movement. And with that, I'm not opposed to it. If you like to move it in front of maybe the police station where it can be monitored, that would be an idea. I do believe that compliance and is an issue with the Black community. I'm sorry. If there's also some other issues with that, with the Black community that no one wants to talk about. Single household mothers is a big issue. President Obama said that was an issue. Education, a big issue. I believe those are some of the issues that the BLM movement ought to be talking about, but they don't want to talk about that. Someone brought up the Beyond the Tail thing. I think if you go back and look at the whole thing, it came down, it was justified. So I would like to just say that, you know, consider some of those things. And my fellow residents, I love you all. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Marisol Thurman? Hello, Marisol. Marisol, you're on. Marisol, can you hear us? Hello? Marisol Rivera Thurman. Okay. Let's go to Aileen spoke already. Let's go to Sarah. I'm trying to get people who have not spoke yet.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah Maldonado, 225 Stanley Avenue. So I'm finding it, the last comments were quite shocking to me and probably many listeners by the last speaker. I can't speak as eloquently as some of the others before me, but I am extremely supportive of Black Lives Matter movement and the mural. I moved and chose Mamaroneck actually to live in because I was under the impression that this village values diversity in many different forms of diversity. And I believe that there's no way that a community can value diversity and not support the Black Lives Matter mural, which is a large and important, it represents that we want to do better and as a community and as a nation from the harms that have been going on against Blacks in the past and the present time. And as Blacks are a very important part of this community, it would seem impossible to deny this request and then turn around and say that we like multiculturalism or diversity. So that's one of my main points. Somebody mentioned that there are no Black Lives Matter murals in the middle of towns. And I wanted to say I personally happen to have been in Nyack and was so thrilled to see a Black Lives Matter mural or sign painted across their entire main street, right in the middle of where all the restaurants are and people are eating outside and enjoying themselves. So actually I thought that actually was a great thing to see. And I'm sure there are others in the country that I'm not aware of, but I do also feel that it is important to pay respect to those who have wanted to have the Black Lives Matter mural in Mamaroneck. The people who have proposed it, I think they do need the respect of the rest of us in terms of figuring out where it should best be placed to show them the most respect and understanding and trying to do better, basically. So it would be easy to say a central location is better. It's easy. I even had that idea myself, but then I was able to hear from somebody else in the community that, a central location may not be the best place. So, it's important that we look to those who have proposed this plan and maybe, they may decide to change where they wanted to place it, or they may not, and they may decide that Washingtonville is really essential. And the rest of us, I think, could try to be more understanding of their opinions on that. And sorry, I went on longer than I expected, but thank you for listening. And I'm very glad that you are revisiting this issue because I wasn't aware of it for the last meeting. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Winchester has texted me that he's with another lifelong village resident who wants to speak. Let's go to Jared. And if you've spoken already, your points have been well taken. We're getting near 10 o'clock and we haven't had our agenda yet.
All right, so I'm just gonna give like 30, hopefully 1 minute. I want to thank the Learys and thank Durandi and thank the community. It's clear that they got the message that it's about unity. Okay, there was no attempt at having disunity on our part. I think the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department is well equipped to come out and monitor this event. Okay, I think by now with the village, we can definitely get this done. If we have to maybe talk to the village manager within the next week to show him what we have to do, I'm okay with that. But I think we need to move forward on this because there's a lot of things that are being talked about. Again, I spoke out to the opposition And I would say to Miss Abadi that, and the guy who spoke before, we've accepted no funds from no communist, no organization that's going to make us be radicalized here. We're just residents. Our original plan would have been great if we had Hispanic and the Italian club and every other club in the village of Mamaroneck to come out and make a letter and do a letter. As long as the word said Black Lives Matter, we didn't care what filled it because we understood that we were a community. So all we're asking is that, that you pass this. It's just that simple. Black Lives Matter, nothing more. And when we can stop saying that, I think that we don't have to say that anymore. If you can no longer say Black Lives Matter, that's a great thing. All right? Now, I'm done. I yield my time to Larry Albert.
Well, Mr. Albert.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Larry.
Okay, Larry Albert, 2nd Street, Mamaroneck, New York. I'm a lifelong resident of Mamaroneck, and I've been a resident and community activist since 1964 when I was 14 years old. If there was no racism in Mamaroneck, there would not have been a need for me and other young people in this town to be a community activist. It is amazing to me to sit here and listen to people in this day and age who want to dictate to the Black community who, what, when, where, and how we can celebrate our culture, our contribution to this community, and to support racial equality. Now, also, to the people who are stating about Washingtonville is not a Black community, Washingtonville has always been integrated, but the Flats is where people who migrated here from the South and other places, my ancestors, that's where they landed. We moved to all parts of Mamaroneck, but we landed in Washingtonville, the Flats, and to the Black community. That is where the Black section of town, when people leave Mamaroneck, when Black people leave Mamaroneck and go other places, when they come back here, they come to the Flats. They come to the Flats to find out what's going on in the community, to find out how Black people are doing, what's going on in this town. That's the reason we want it in Washington, in the Flats on Madison Street, because it's historically, traditionally, the Black section of town. As Jared stated, we've been doing this block party for 15 years. There's never been any violence. This is a nonviolent, peaceful event to stand in support of racial equality, against systemic racism, against police brutality and violence. And that is what it's about. And for me to listen to here and hear people say the Mamaroneck doesn't have a problem is ridiculous. I want to salute the mayor for his support and all the people who have called in to support this event. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, sir. Who hasn't talked yet? Adam Cormack.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so actually, my name is Olivia Serra. I live in Mamaroneck in the Hillside area.
Hello, Olivia.
Hi, how you doing, Tom?
Good, how are you?
I grew up in Harbor Heights, lifelong resident of Mamaroneck. And I would like to show my absolute support for the mural in our community. So I'd like to speak to the points I've heard tonight. First, to compare this massive human rights injustice and civil rights concern with Hallmark holidays like Halloween and St. Paddy's Day is disturbing. Not only is the comparison absurd, but it's illogical. The Black Lives Matter movement isn't a seasonal celebration, and it shouldn't constitute temporary paint because it's not a temporary problem. The mural would be a long overdue statement of support and solidarity with our Black community members, representing an issue that isn't new and isn't going away. To argue over the terminology of Black lives in the Black Lives Matter movement is a distraction. The wording Black lives is intentional to reflect the magnitude of racism experienced by those Black lives. Black Lives Mattering does not imply that other lives don't. The statements are not mutually exclusive. However, there is a need to offer direct support for Black lives because the sentiment isn't being represented by our society at large. There is nothing divisive about the statement Black Lives Matter. If it bothers you, ask yourself why. If hearing Black Lives Matter offends you, ask yourself why you feel so sensitive. Do you truly feel left out enough by this mural to stand in its way? Lastly, I'll echo others in addressing the topic of our children seeing or misunderstanding the mural. You should not feel the need to shield your children from this mural. It's not explicit, it isn't inappropriate, vulgar, or obscene. Saying Black Lives Matter isn't a bad word, and your children won't be corrupt by the concept. They will, however, be adversely affected by not learning about racism and injustice. Perpetuating ignorance is detrimental to our children, and I think we should be grateful for the mural providing an opportunity to learn and discuss within our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. I want to go to Lavette Allen because Miss Allen was the original requester. Hello, Ms. Allen.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Okay, this is a little difficult for me because first, I never expected any of this I just didn't think that this would take a flight like this. I started a block party, what would have been 15 years this year. And every year of this block party, we have come up, myself with the community, and help from the Hispanic Center or the Community Center now, and other people from the community, come up with an ideal to help out the area of the flats. Because this is the area that has been neglected. And yes, it has been neglected. Through the school system and other areas, this is where we hurt. So every year we come up with a suggestion. I've got together and had backpacks done where, yes, the police department and other people have come out and helped, but we support with backpacks and other things in other areas, making different events for the children, bringing the community together. We do not single out just for Black people to attend. We make it an issue for everyone to attend. Although we do not get everyone to come out, we do have a good turnout, and it has been a spectacular event. I'm very proud of the event. And every year, as I said, we try to put and add something else. This year, because of the COVID, I sat down and tried to figure out.
You muted yourself, Miss Allen. You got muted. Ms. Allen? Yeah. Am I muted?
Is the area that is affected most and has been for years. So that is why this year I decided that Black Lives Matter mural is the perfect thing to take place. I spoke to certain people in the community and they were in agreement with it with me. We don't do this to try to cause any problems. That's why I'm, really taken back to where this has gone. I appreciate everyone who spoke in support of it. I appreciate the Hispanic Center, Mr. Mayor Murphy, and the other people on the board. I just would appreciate if you guys would understand this is not being done to cause any type of issue. And again, I never thought it would take place like this. I wish this would take place when we're struggling to find support for our children and make grants and scholarships. How we come together and try to make sure a kid from this neighborhood gets a scholarship every year. I wish we had the support when we're doing things like that. So I'm not much of a speaker. I just like to say thank you for the support and listening to the proposal. And that's all I have to say. Thank you again.
I think you're an excellent speaker, Ms. Allen, right from the heart. Thank you. Let's try Marisol Rivera Dermond because we tried her before and it didn't work out. And then, everybody else has spoken. We're gonna have to call it a night. Ms. Thurman. Marisol? She's,
Can you hear me?
Now
Yeah.
we can, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. Hello, everyone. I did share my views with the trustees and the mayor email, but I just want to take this opportunity to address them again. But really all the community members that are here tonight. I'm so pleased that we're talking about racism in this community. And this is not a political issue. It's a human issue. It's something that needs to be talked about, to looked at, to discuss between neighbors who have really different opinions. And it can be really uncomfortable, but we're talking about it. And I'm really proud of this village and my fellow residents for that. And I hope that it's just the beginning. And I want to be part of those block parties in the future and help with those backpacks. I really do. This is a long overdue conversation. And to Mayor Murphy, who had spoken about how used we are to living next to each other, but separate lives, that's what we need to stop doing. And this is a beginning. I'll be really prouder even if this board has the courage to stand with its Black residents during these historic times and stand for the Black Lives Matter sentiment that says that we will work actively against racism. And I want to remind us that in 2006, this village made national headlines when a federal judge ruled that the village had acted in racially discriminatory law enforcement behaviors in the guise of by-the-book policies. In 2020, I want this village to be known for having the courage to conscientiously work towards unity by doing something that shows that we can be united in our diversity, and by doing so erase this unfortunate prejudice legacy that was created in 2006. I listened to the board's meeting of September 14th, the democratic process that allowed respectfully for different voices to be heard. I was really impressed by our community. I was really awed by the loving example that Mr. Winchester set, who frankly in an approach from the playbook of notorious RBG, he highlighted the common ground and he really sought collaboration with those that were opposing him. And I was impressed that the trustees had the courage not to act on their individual convictions, which, I know what they are, but to make a wise decision to stop and reflect. Hopefully to arrive tonight at something that puts us firmly towards a path of progress in our village. I know that the decision is not going to satisfy everyone, and I want to address the proposition of the new code. It really does seem that it's being rushed, and I would encourage you guys to take your time to write something that has received the right amount of time and thought that will stand the test of time. However, for the Black Lives Matter request, I hope that you don't let the guise of, once again, quote, by the book policies prevent you from being guided instead by the ideals claimed on our village website. And I will quote it. The village of Mamaroneck, with its population of people from all over the world, is known as the Friendly Village, a place for all to enjoy living in a community that welcomes different cultures and appreciates its differences. I'm proud to be part of this village, and I can't wait to help moving us forward towards more united village. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. I think we've heard from everybody a couple of times. I'd like to talk from the board. The first matter in the old business 3A, village policy and procedure for painting of messages in streets, sidewalks, and public places. Trustee Tefor eloquently described the policy. Trustee Natchez had a couple of edits. I think that Augie got down, right? So is any discussion among the board about this? Someone willing to listen to discussion, but then someone wants to make a motion in a second.
I'm happy to make the motion.
Okay. Does anybody want a second?
I'm happy to second it.
Okay. Does anybody have anything to say or discuss it?
I want to say, I know some people were concerned that this was being rushed. I just want to remind everybody it's sort of a policy and a guideline. And I think it will help us. It's helped us structure a proposal that we think we may be able to get to tonight, and I think we should adopt it. And certainly if people have comments, that would be great for them to make, but I think we can always change a policy. I think it's time to adopt a policy. Thanks.
Thank you. I just would like to thank Trustee Tefor for writing this, and for the rest of the board for working on it, and for the guidance of Mr. Spolzino, who offers opinion that made it a better policy. I mean, a motion and a second. Augustino, will you call the roll?
Before you call the roll, Tom, Victor has been trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Victor.
Let me just show the changes. And I do, because I want to respond to some voices that of us, the board rushing this part of it, which is the policy. And I just want to clarify, it's not a rule. It's really just ourselves adopting this, as I have highlighted there. It's an internal policy, so that we have this framework, and I think it actually encompasses many of the topics that have been discussed here today. As you see, just to start with, we really point that it's government speech, and that is actually a very important constitutional concept. It has a lot of limitations on what we can do or not. It's not that we now can come and say anything. If I had more time, I would read some pieces of the decision, especially Judge Ginsburg, whose dissent, concurrence is just terrific. And also that is really trying to make it consistent with our vision, and our vision is of diversity. That's highlighted there. So I would just want to highlight that, and that I've included here the changes that have been suggested for amendment, allowing local members of public. I added the word local, see if that actually addresses it in both places where Dan suggested it, and also any donation. And in response to somebody from the public, Glenn, I believe, just clarifying that we will not be responsible for the maintenance of the painting at the end. And it's still a one-page internal policy that can be perfected as we learn this lesson, but if we need to continue the conversation, I think it'll help us. So thank you all for that, and I'll have it in front of you so it's all clear and transparent.
Okay.
Thanks, Victor.
Can we have a vote? Augustino.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay. Now to the devil in the details. We amended and changed as a group effort the resolution that Trustee Lucas first introduced. Really, the issue to be decided, the big issue to be decided, is the location.
It's on the screen.
Yes.
It helps.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Okay, I think I've talked to a few of the people who were the original proposers. And people who have been working with them. And while their first choice would be Madison Street, I think their next choice would be Columbus Park, either on Van Ranst or somewhere in the park or by the basketball court. This actually, as it's more of a village community-wide. That's a park for the Washingtonville community, but it's not really a residential venue. It's a village park. It's our street. It's our park, which actually, in my view, makes it even more of that we own it if it happens in one of our parks. And that park has traditionally been, the hub of recreation for the people in Washingtonville, whether they were African American or Italian who are now, predominantly Hispanic. Washingtonville has been, where people came from, and some still reside there, but we went out, and the people are in all of the places now, and it is a great place to grow up. But like any place in Mamaroneck, not Mamaroneck, any place in America, it is not untainted by our original sin, and this goes for where I grew up and where any of us grew up. And I say that as a white person who, grew up, not in a privileged area, in a diversified area, but, something that occurred to me recently is that, it's not like my life has been easy and no terrible things have ever happened to me, but no terrible things ever happened to me because of the color of my skin. And that's the difference. So I would like the board, because of the support of Mr. Winchester and Ms. Allen and folks who originally proposed this, to consider Columbus Park. I think that might be a way to both honor their request and also alleviate some of the concerns that some of the neighbors had. So I throw that out there.
One thing I would say is that when Mr. Winchester, you forwarded an email from him, and he had also suggested Mamaroneck Avenue. So,
right.
So I mean, I think there were a lot of different points of view about where it should be, and I completely understand that the people who organized it really, I think they thought that they didn't think that it was going to be this complicated, but I think it might be good to work with them a little bit and see if Mamaroneck Avenue or Columbus Park is a better idea. But
I just want to be clear that where they meant on Mamaroneck Avenue, they said in front of the flag, and that is in Washingtonville by.
Oh, is it up? It's up. Okay, I was thinking it was the flag that's hung at the parade, but are you saying it's up in the part that the county owns?
Yes, it's the part that the county owns. You know where the Italian bakery is? It's across from there. There's a flagpole where Old White Plains Road intersects with Mamaroneck Avenue. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah, I'm afraid if we try to put it there and involve the county, we're just opening another can of worms.
I also think that whole area is going to be redone soon.
Right.
So that's, yeah, I think that would actually be a great location because people would see it. But it's not our property. So I think we do not need to make this any more complicated.
So how the board feel about them finding an area in Columbus Park that's applicable?
I like the proposal that's in front of us. It's embracing the mural. It is working with them to make the definition exactly where it would go. And will give us the time to settle this. I think we're all in agreement to move this forward and to just work this final detail. So I think this will do it, whether it's Columbus Park or.
I think the devil out there is where we place it.
I'm sorry, Victor. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. Are you saying highlight or
what's here in the proposal, so that we will, working with the community organizers to make that final evaluation. I think Columbus Park is one option. If there's other, we could explore that, but giving them a big weight on that decision, I think it's recognized, and hearing everything we've heard today, so that I think there are a lot of comments came on the location, and probably we don't need to rush it today.
I don't think we need to, Victor. This is just prolonging it and prolonging it. The people who originally proposed it gave us some alternatives.
That's why I'm saying I'm embracing their alternatives, but let's work the details and have if it's not the village manager, then it could be the mayor and as trustee. I like what the proposal that Ms. Lucas is putting forward. I think that is giving taking the voice of the organizers and then just allowing us to finalize the details, but it's not kicking the can or just delaying it. It's just working the resolution.
It most certainly is kicking the can, and we did not discuss this in our work session. This was something that was just added.
Well, we discussed that we couldn't decide where it was going to go, and we were going to figure it out at this part of the meeting. So I guess we should have done it at the work session, but.
This does not figure it out. This just prolongs this. Now, what I'm saying is that the organizers, who I think should have first say of where this goes, gave us 3 locations.
Why don't we say that and we put some time on it and we get this done?
Please, I don't interrupt you when you're talking.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. I'm trying to help here. I'm trying to get this over in the right way.
I want this to be done in the right way, and we have to. I think we need to bring this to a conclusion tonight. I think that this is unfair to the whole community to keep dragging it out, and we have not finished this until we found a location. And at least the park, the general area of the park, and then a mayor and 1 trustee can work to locate it in the park. But let's have an area. Let's not bring this on and on and on.
All right, so I'm going to suggest that we suggest Columbus Park, but if there is a different alternative that the organizers want, I think we should be flexible.
Okay, how about that?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure, the roads are smaller in Columbus Park, so I'm not sure where it would be, but I don't want to delay anymore. I think we are.
How about this, to jump on your suggestion? Further be it resolved that the mural will be located in Columbus Park, but the mural will, that the village will try to work with the folks who proposed the mural to find a suitable location in Columbus Park, working with the mural organizers and the mayor and 1 trustee to find the optimum location.
Right, because if it turns out, Jarrett Winchester has his hand up. If it turns out that we're not making the right choice,
then okay. Since Mr. Winchester was one of the folks who proposed this, and we could hopefully bring some light on putting this to bed, can we just hook up Mr. Winchester here?
Jared.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, listen, we're not wedded to no location. Madison was our primary. Okay? If the park is going to bring people to it, I mean, we're okay with it. I think this is crazy that we're still talking about.
Sound dropped out.
his sound dropped out.
About it, that we weren't doing it.
He's back. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you
Start that again.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'm getting phone calls right now because they're like, it's crazy.
Okay.
So Garrett, were you saying that Columbus Park would be fine?
I'm saying he's at any place.
Okay.
Thank you. So let's go back to the proposal. Let's work with the organizers and find the best place. It's a couple more days and we will get a place that everybody, well, not everybody, but that the majority of people are happy with. Well, let's try to build a little more consensus about this. I think we made a lot of progress tonight, and I think we should work with the organizers just to figure out this one last piece. So I'm going back to my original proposal.
I think we have to be a little more specific.
As amended on the screen? Is that good, Nora?
Yes, that's perfect. Great.
Which proposal are you going, the
The
Yellow.
yellow. The yellow. I think the yellow, right?
Yeah,
So we're gonna have another meeting and another vote on this.
no, it's been voted now.
No, no,
No, we're not
Just-
going to have to. It's going to be a decision of me. It's going to be you and one of the trustees and Jarrett Winchester and some other people are going to come to a decision about where it's going to be. There's no more vote for this.
Nora, you want to be the trustee?
Sure, I'll be the trustee. Maybe I'll get to see you in person.
Keep your distance.
Yeah, okay, I will. Don't worry.
Okay, all right, we'll deal with that.
Okay. So I'm going to make, do we need to read the resolution out loud or do we want to?
Go through it.
Let's read the resolution out loud. I'll read it.
Okay, thanks.
Read up. And it goes out. Whereas a group of residents requested permission from the Village of Mamaroneck to paint a Black Lives mural on Madison Street. Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck wishes to adopt the Black Lives mural as its own message. Okay, whereas, would somebody scroll the screen up a little bit? Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck believes that the location of the mural should be determined by the Board of Trustees working together with mural organizers to consider various locations, evaluating pros and cons. The BOT will delegate the mayor, myself, and one trustee, Trustee Lucas, put those changes in there, to work on a proposal to bring back to the board. The central, well,
No,
let's take that out.
yeah, to work on a proposal.
Whereas the details will be evaluated by village manager to conform with the health safety requirements in consultation with staff. Whereas the execution of the mural will comply with all COVID regulations and local and state executive orders relating to COVID-19. Whereas the Board of Trustees encourages the mural organizers to work with other community groups to make this as inclusive and diverse community event. Whereas the Board of Trustees agrees to formally accept the donation of paint and in-kind donation of labor of village residents to paint the mural, and village will facilitate the timing of the painting, the details of the production of the painting, the closing of the street, and other details as may be needed to accomplish the painting. I think that's it, right? Okay.
Oh, there's more.
It seems redundant. Whereas the painting of the message will not be regarded as semi-permanent or permanent, the painted street may be repaired, maintained, repaved, replaced, or painted over. Now therefore be it resolved that the Village of Mamaroneck wishes to adopt the Black Lives Matter mural as its own message for BLM.
Mural. Yeah, sorry.
For a BLM mural in the village.
Mural. Yeah, mural.
Black Lives Matter mural in the village will adopt as its own message, making a government speech. Once the community organizers, working in conjunction with the village manager.
I can delete that.
Okay?
Yep.
That's right.
All right, I'll make that motion.
And
I'll second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Before,
yes,
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Mayor Murphy needs a 2-minute break.
Okay. I heard HCZM stay till 12:30, so we have to finish. We're in competition.
get rid of. It's going to make the
Okay.
What are you laughing about? Eating an apple.
Sally said she might be coming in late tomorrow. I said, how can we tell? So that's just me.
Or you might as well just stay here by the time we get out of here. No sense going home.
We do have a couch.
How many times over the years I slept in my car because I finished a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. I was too tired to drive home. Put the seat back and slept till 7 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
When I was young. Now I'll just take the next day off. Kelly, did you have cake?
I had it at the 5-minute break between meetings.
What flavor?
You know, I think it was devil's food, but Dave made a German chocolate frosting for it. And he made, which was really nice. Really nice.
That's nice.
Even cake is virtual now, Nora.
I know. I'm hearing about her cake. That sounds so good.
Unbelievable.
Ah.
I had a friend who was on a diet. She used to like take cookies and sniff them.
Does that help?
No. Apparently she could. Mind over matter, right? Okay, we are back. Okay. No presentations, communications to the board. Okay.
Can I make a communication to the board?
Let's go to Lee McNelly. McNeely, I might be pronouncing it wrong.
McNelly, I think. McNelly, I think.
Lee? Ms. McNelly?
This might be Leanne McNelly who spoke earlier.
Right.
Yes, this is Leanne. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to speak up and clarify something about the location because people kept saying inside Columbus Park. And we just want to make it clear that we want the mural to be on a street, not on a sidewalk, preferably a main street. So if it's not going to be Madison, then Mamaroneck Avenue, somewhere where it's not a county road, would be the second option.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Glenn, a frequent flyer.
The Yankees win. The Yankees win. No, you guys have been busy, so I just thought you needed that update. A couple of things. The 30-mile-an-hour sign is still prominently sitting on Palmer Avenue in front of the high school in what's supposed to be a school zone. It starts at 20 miles an hour. You go about 100 feet, and directly in front of the high school is village speed limit 30 miles an hour. Number one, I believe our village speed limit now is 25 miles an hour. And that sign should be moved probably another 200 feet down the road and should say village speed limit 25 miles an hour and end of school zone. And I've asked you about that on several occasions. Waverly Avenue Bridge. It's very nice to see the new sign that says no trucks allowed. But as I pointed out to you, it's not just a problem with trucks, is you have a lot of commercial vehicles that go over that bridge. You have a lot of vans and SUVs. you have gardeners, you have plumbers, you have home repair people. I says, I don't know why you just don't have it as no commercial traffic to try to at least alleviate some of the traffic and noise that goes through that neighborhood and over that bridge. Instead of no trucks, no commercial traffic except local delivery going over the Waverly Avenue Bridge. A long discussion with Black Lives Matter, you know, it's tough to do it where you don't open the Pandora's box. You guys put a lot of time in and such like that. There was something else that kind of got missed, and maybe you can find out. Originally, I thought part of what they were doing with that, with the community Black Lives Matter, is that they were also looking to raise money for a scholarship. Could we get any information we have on that and announce it to the public? We had 100 people here, you know, a lot of them in favor of Black Lives Matter. Well, let's have them put their money up where their mouths are. Let's get the information out. And if they're looking to start a scholarship, you know, let's get it out to the people who, you know, were on this broadcast. And, you know, I think it'd be a great idea and a great thing for the community to do that as a scholarship.
Thank you.
And then are you going to be discussing the trees tonight, or is that going to be pushed off because of the time?
No, we're not.
Okay, it's a long meeting, so I'll leave it at that. Once again, the Yankees did win. Smile, Jerry. Bye.
He knows me too well, that guy.
Okay. Public hearing. There was a scheduled public hearing on a proposed law replacing Chapter 318 of the Village Code, trees, regarding the regulation of trees in the Village of Mamaroneck. The tree committee asked that we not open a hearing because they want to revise the law based upon comments of the public and comments of some of the land use committees. So if we don't open a meeting tonight, and I'm sure they're going to revise the law, so we would have to reschedule it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this will, if they decide not to change the law, we can reschedule this hearing another time. But we're not going to take any action on this tonight.
I think they will be making some changes. They, you know, they found there were a couple. They've been really diligent about looking at comments from the public. Some more came in today, comments from the boards, and so I think they're just really working hard to get this law right and to be very respectful of public comments. So I think there are going to be enough changes that it has to be renoticed.
They have gone above and beyond the call, God knows.
Unbelievable. They're just great.
And they're just nice people.
You know, if I can just point out that both on the Black Lives Matter issue and on this tree law, we have benefited enormously from the participation of residents. So I just want to thank everyone who is making their voices heard. It matters. It really does. So
and it helps. It helps. It really helps.
Absolutely does.
But so this will be hopefully renoticed under another guise in the future.
Mm-hmm. Version 21, I guess. That's music to Bob's ears, right?
Don't say that, please.
I sent in my own comments today. So thank you very much, Tree Committee. We look forward to hearing from you in the future. Tree grows in the Mamaroneck. Okay, we got a lot to get through. Let's work judiciously. Resolution to accept a budget amendment to fund beach and kayak payroll expense. We're taking $10,142 from the fund balance, and we're distributing it to beach salaries and kayak lessons. Of course, it's probably just reflecting the expense and not the income that these derived. Somebody have any questions or concerns? I'll make a motion.
Second.
Will you please?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Yes.
the floor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next abstract is of audited vouchers is $73,685.45. And what I believe this is for two vehicles. One is the village manager's vehicle, and the other is a vehicle for, I believe, the sanitation pickup. If you see in the morning, a pickup, especially in Washingtonville, that follows the sanitation truck and blocks the street so that the trucks can do the job, and does various other needed tasks around the village. That truck that our foreman, Mr. Welsh, has been driving in way beyond its useful life. So we're getting him a new truck. So this is on as a separate item because I believe the board approved it on the 21st.
Last month.
And so this is just a voucher to reflect the action that the board took on the 21st because those checks had to go out expeditiously. So I need a motion to approve this voucher.
So moved.
Second.
Please call, Alden.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, the next is the regular vouchers, $777,324.54. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
Yes, I do. Page 22. New York State Industries for the Disabled. Can somebody enlighten me as to what that's for?
Organic fertilization for the parks.
Okay.
Asked and answered, as the lawyers say. Anybody else have any other questions?
I have a couple.
Okay, let's go.
Page 2, NV5, the planners helping us with the comprehensive plan. This here, kind of final payment.
It's not the final payment, it's the balance per the contract. There will be some additional, a couple of $1,000s more. Because remember, we asked Neil to add the capital budget information into the comprehensive plan. So there'll still be a couple of thousand left over.
Okay, so the finishing, to finish the comp plan essentially will be included, or are they, does this open, I mean, does, I think he's supporting us till the end, which we're getting close, but is that kind of a new addition or he's?
Yeah,
just-
it was a new addition. We came back to the board. It was $2,000.
Okay,
They asked for $2,000 to add cap budget items.
okay. That will take us to the end. That's the question.
Oh, yeah, it'll take us to the
Okay.
end, Victor. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it'll take us to the end.
The other question I have is on page 4, Millennium Strategies, which is the grant writers. I see it's May, June, July, and August, 3,000. But then I saw, we didn't get to it in a work session. We have a proposal, and it's also starting in August.
Yes.
So would this include this proposal or the payment of the contract we're supposed to execute soon?
Yeah, so we've had that request and that contract on the agenda for a few meetings now. So it's catching up to us. So they're still maintaining the same price that they've charged us in the past, which was $3,000 a month.
So this includes kind of the first payment of a contract that we will be.
It does.
How do we handle it? Should we handle it as a separate payment, or what should we do?
What I think Dan and I will do is we'll amend the contract when we get to it the next work session.
Okay, well, why don't we put that
Reflect
at
it.
the top of the must-dos on the next list?
I'm coming in
That's
here.
it.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. That's it for me.
Okay, good.
Keller session is well explained. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Village manager,
Yeah,
that was
thank
very
you.
detailed. You're in charge of that
That was okay
engineering
there.
department. So thank you very much for.
You're very welcome. Very welcome.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Okay. Okay, moving right along. Old business. Okay, we got a couple of them going. We're going to go to 3C.
So
Is there an agreement between us and the town of Mamaroneck for a sewer line from 203 Hummocks And I guess it goes about to Eagles Mill, right?
Yeah, all the way to the end of Homix.
So,
What I provided, unfortunately, a little too late, around 2 o'clock this afternoon, was the version that the town board approved, as well as their vote and their certified resolution that was sent to me by mail. They're asking that we consider that version. That version, I provided that email. That version was slightly amended, or will be slightly amended, to clarify properties south of 203 Homix will now say properties southwest of 203 and southeast in the village, to give more accuracy. But I did speak with Trustee Natchez for 15, 20 minutes earlier today about some other issues that were present in the IMA that he, if he wants to, can go over.
the concern is the agreement says that, well, the bottom line is the agreement should read that we pay for anything that is in the village and they pay for anything that's in the town. And that's not how the agreement is reading. They're saying that it's 500 and some 50 feet or, in the village and 700 and some odd feet in the town. Therefore, it's a wash, but that's not the case. And I'm concerned that the definitions are not correct. I went over this with Jerry because they talk about the extension, which is from 203, the Eagle Knolls, but there's actually an addition that goes from 203 all the way to of Homix, which is the southwest portion, and then you have the addition, which they're not including at all in the which would be the rest of the village, which would be another 500 feet. And I don't think it's a wash. I think it should be clean and simple, that the village is responsible for whatever the village is. They're responsible for whatever the town is. If either party doesn't take care of it, the other party can, do the improvements and charge them, period. And, it should be, we shouldn't be doing something that gets convoluted and misinterpreted and ends up costing the village money because you have a significant more action taking on that's being taken on, in other parts of the communities. I don't know if that's clear.
I know. This is based upon an approval that the planning board gave to build that house.
No.
Well, yes and no, Tom. It
On the end?
it includes that, but the agreement is.
I know that. I just wanted to know the genesis. The genesis is
Yes,
we're building that house at 203 Homix.
that is correct.
Originally that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're splitting hairs here. This is going to be a buried pipe. It's going to be brand new, and it's a low pressure line. And it's going to enable a lot of people to get off septic.
Well,
That's not the issue. The issue is.
Here's the thing. I was still talking. I'm sick of this.
Well, you'd stopped.
Well, I hadn't. Taking a breath is not stopping. I do not do this to you folks. Please don't do it to me anymore.
Yes, you do, but that's okay.
You did it again.
Yep.
I think that it behooves us to move this. We're talking about, pennies on the dollar 100 years from now when his pipe gets replaced. But I'll see what you guys want to do.
You done? The issue is there is a significant amount of line that's being put in that's not in the village, that the village would then be responsible for paying for at some point. That's how the language reads. It should be very simple. And like anything else, what's out in the village takes care of. What's done in the village, the town should take care of. That's how how the agreement started. That's how it was started to be written. And then it got changed because of adding on additions, going from 203 down to 218. comics. You know, you know, you're committing the village to be responsible for repairs outside of the village.
Anybody else?
Be that way.
So basically, this was approved by the county health department. Is there anything I know that work has been ongoing there. Is this going to hold them up any year if we just wait to get this correct?
Well, they're waiting for this agreement to start, I believe.
I think, Bob, work has already been going on, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, that's what I was told.
You should be doing it right. As a fiduciary, I can't agree to paying, you know, for the town stuff.
Victor, you have your hand up?
Yes, I just got I haven't seen the revised agreement, so really it'll be difficult to get an approval. I understand all the work that has gone in here, Jerry and everybody. I just quickly opened the what we have in our package with the changes that we were asking. And for example, on the paragraph of who replaces what, we were striking, excluding and adding, striking, including and adding, excluding, and that is reversed in the new one I got. So, and then I got all confused. So I really don't know what we're approving, and that's of concern. I actually think we have a lot of materials from our work session that we need to get to. So I think we could get this done first thing as soon as we meet again and get it, have it clear.
I think the concept, I think a question, Victor, is do we want to tell them, you know, that we just pay for the village and they pay for the town or not? That's the issue.
Jerry,
I thought that's, as you characterize it, that's how we started and that's how it should end, I think. Let's fix it.
Jerry, can you give us a little more insight into this?
So we did make those changes from the last meeting, and I provided it to Steve. I provided it to Steve the day of his board's meeting, which was September 19. And I said that there's an issue with the south of 203 Comics that needs to be clarified. He said that wasn't a big deal or wasn't necessarily something of concern, but he didn't see that I had made red line changes. I had made some changes in the document. So what he presented to the town board was what I provided you today at 2 o'clock. If the Board of Trustees wants to change it, then we change it. We send it back to the town board. We send it back to Steve. The town board has to review it, accept the changes, maybe not, and bounce it back and forth. Either the Board of Trustees accepts the version that the town board approved the other night, and then we move it on to the applicant, to the individuals, to Ms. Whitehead, or we change it and send it back to the town board.
My question is this. So the town board approved this based upon changes we suggested?
No, the town board approved it, not knowing the changes that we had suggested.
So
So they have not heard our changes?
Right, until today, when I said to Steve, we had those changes, were those changes accepted in your version? He said, what changes?
Okay, gotcha.
Went back to my email and then conversation with him from Wednesday, and that's where the confusion was.
I guess we should ask Steve to have his board look at the changes that we proposed and do it over.
If the changes that we proposed are the final changes.
I don't want to. Kelly has a hand up.
That's what I'm trying to get clear on. Dan, I understand in principle where you're going with this. Is there a place you can point to in the proposed agreement that you would suggest we change to accomplish that? Or are you suggesting a more wholesale rewriting?
No, I'm not suggesting a wholesale writing. I'm happy to work with Jerry to work out the language. I don't have it in front of me at the moment to do that, and I did not do that today.
Okay, but that would be additional language
It
changes.
would be, it would be modifying the language that is there, but not rewriting the entire agreement.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's mostly the changes we asked for. I think it's the changes we asked for last week.
Plus this additional issue of only paying for things that are in the village.
No, that was part of our thing.
That was part of what we asked for last time, but it's
Yeah.
come,
But it sounds like we didn't quite get there with the revision.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
All right, let's just move on. New business. Resolution authorizing bond resolutions for closed capital projects. Augie, will you explain this, please, briefly?
So it'd be held over.
This bond resolution is for projects that the village has done through the course of the fiscal year 2019-20. These are projects that have already been authorized by the board and funded through general fund. At the close of these projects, we go out and bond for these projects to reimburse the general fund.
Okay. There are 4 resolutions here.
Didn't we discuss on work session that we were going to be?
We did. I'm sorry. We're going to hold. It's late and I can't remember my own name.
Tom, it's Tom.
It's off until 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
Right. You're right.
Yep.
Okay, well, we'll move right along by not doing stuff. Resolution, resolution authorizing tax certiorari settlements. The first one is Oriental Yacht Club at 325 Boston Post Road. Resolution authorizing tax certiorari settlement, Oriental Yacht Club versus Village of Mamaroneck. In the year 2013, the reduction will be $20,520. In the year 2014, it'll be $19,175. Those are the last years where we were an assessing unit. So hopefully in the future, we won't have these. Anybody have any questions or concerns? Okay, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing tax certiorari settlement with petitioner S&R Realty Company versus the Village of Mamaroneck. This is for 635 Center Avenue and 631 Center Avenue. And in the year 2014, the reduction will be $3,650. In the year 2014, the $8,227. And that is really what's in front of us. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Resolution authorizing tax certiorari settlement with petitioner Top of the Ridge condominiums. Village of Mamaroneck. For the year 2012, the reduction will be $71,280. For the year 2013, $78,583. And for the year 2014, $54,155. I'll make that motion. Somebody say, I think Kelly
I
said.
did. So I did.
Nora.
Nora.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution appointing 2 members of the Arts Council, we're not going to do tonight. We're going to hold that over. And 4D is accepting bench donations. And the first, is there just one? There's 2. The first is the bench donation at Harbor Island Park. Miss Rita Chmielewski is desirous of donating a bench plaque in the Village of Mamaroneck, Harbor Island Park in memory of Charles Paul Chmielewski. And that is $1,770. And we thank Mr. Chmielewski for beautifying our park and remembering a loved one. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution accepting the donation of bench at Harbor Island Park. Mr. Adam Sattler is desirous of donating a bench and plaque to the Village of Mamaroneck and Harbor Island Park in memory of Hal Sattler. I will make that motion.
Second.
Okay. Augie.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. I'm gonna add an item for, I'm gonna make a motion that we can add an item, 4E. And the item that I want to add is authorization of road closures to the annual inspection of the Village of Mamaroneck Fire Department. I make a motion to add 4E.
I'll second.
Okay, is the board desirous of adding this to the agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. Now the resolution itself, which would be item 4F. Resolution on road closures. Village of Mamaroneck has all volunteer villages, fire departments have an annual inspection. Usually it's accompanied by a lovely dinner, but the dinner will not take place this year, but the inspection will. It will take place in front of 146 Palmer Avenue Firehouse outside. And it's further resolved that all Governor Cuomo's New York State executive order regarding assembly, social distancing, and face coverings will be followed. Does anybody want to make that motion?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent.
Aye.
Yes, that was 15. Yeah. Okay, the next item is an item to add a item to the agenda. This would be 4G. This would be we're going to make a motion to add an item, the approval of an attorney for the Hampshire litigation. But first, I need a motion to add this to the agenda.
So move.
Second.
All in favor of adding this to the agenda?
Aye.
I just want to make a note for the record that I'm recused from this vote.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. The next item is the agenda itself. It's the village entering into a retainer agreement with Whiteman, Osterman, and Hannah. This is for the Hampshire litigation against the Village of Mamaroneck. The attorneys will be co-counsel with Mr. Spolzino. The lead attorney is a woman named Teresa Bankner. The terms that the partners will be charging are $355 an hour. We've made a couple of changes to it. But that being said, does somebody want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
No.
you recuse.
You can't.
Natchez,
Yes.
Trustee Lucas,
Yes.
Trustee DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No. That gets us through.
Mayor, do we have to add the trucks?
Oh, the trucks today.
Yeah.
At the work session, we talked, Jerry, thanks for reminding me.
Yep.
Talked about ordering 2 trucks. Jerry, could you just give us a little song and dance about the trucks?
The 2 trucks are for the Parks Department. One of them has already been sold for parts that we're replacing, had a blown engine. The second one has a rusted frame, and I can't wait to take it off the road. And these 2 trucks will be replacing those two Parks trucks.
Okay, and then this was in the work session, so we need to add this to the agenda. So that'd be, where are we?
4I. 4I, add 2
4I.
items to the agenda to add 2 trucks for parks.
Okay, I need a motion to add this to the agenda.
So
bring
moved.
that motion.
Okay,
Second.
Laura and Kelly. Everybody in favor of adding this to the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we need a motion to approve the purchase of these 2 vehicles for our hardworking Parks Department.
So moved.
Second.
Augie, call a roll.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. I just want to point something out, just so folks watching at home, you know, I call rolls when it's about spending money. If it's not about spending money, it's good. And then actually, it's something I learned from my friend Supervisor Seligson. So, thank you, folks. It's 11 o'clock. We got through it. You know what? It was actually a long meeting, but it was a good discussion. You know, and I think a lot of things said in the public comments, and I think people need to hear each other, and I think they did hear each other, and hopefully this will spark more conversation in the future, and more, you know, getting to know each other and more getting to understand each other. And I really appreciate the efforts of everybody on this board to make that come to fruition. You know what? You never know where something's going to end, right? I mean, I thought this was just going to be a block party thing, and it's become, you know, a way for us to talk about race in the community, and that's probably a really good thing. So that being said, I want to wish you all a good night. Hopefully,
We still have a little bit more meeting to do.
Right. We're not. Tom's ready.
Wishful thinking.
No, we're not done.
Report from the village manager.
Mayor, one item I have is I've been putting together in my mind the police reform and reinvention advisory plan, as well as the mandate from Governor Cuomo's Executive Order 203 to put together an advisory committee. And so I am requesting, if the board so considers, I am requesting that we have applications for individuals from our community, stakeholders from our community, to send those resumes and applications or letters of interest to Sally Roberts at Village Hall for individuals who want to potentially be considered for the Police Reform and Reinvention Advisory Committee. The deadline for those resumes and letters of interest would be October 14, Wednesday, October 14, so that we can discuss it at the last meeting in October.
Okay, we can put out an email about that, right? An email blast.
We'll do the website and the whole thing.
Great. Thank you.
I have two items for the record. One of them is the sewer truck and camera equipment, the sewer camera equipment truck, shared services with the town, as well as an agreement with Westchester Volleyball. That's it.
Okay, report from Augie.
Yes, Mayor. We have a resignation from the Recreation and Parks Commission, Emily Cantares Marshall. We also have a resignation from the Arts Council, Jamie Weisner.
Thank them all for their service. The next up is a report from the village attorney.
Nothing from me tonight, Mayor.
Thank you, Bob. Minutes, commissions, boards, committees. Minutes of the Board of Trustees work session, regular meeting of September 14th and September 17th and 21st, 2020. Minutes of the Planning Board of April 11th and April 22nd, May 4th, May 13th, May 27th, 2020. Minutes of the Art Council for August 3rd, 2020. Minutes of the Committee for the Environment of July 21st, 2020. Minutes of the Board of Architecture Review of September 1st, 2020. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Can I just one more thing before we go? We did not get through most of our work session, and this is the second time it's been carried over. Could we have a meeting Monday or Tuesday, a 2-hour meeting to try and get through the work session so we can start all over again on October 13th?
I got to look at my schedule. I can't make that right now. Can we email
All right.
more?
Then I'm going to circulate an email tonight and see if we can set it up tomorrow morning.
Sure.
Okay. We're doing extra meetings all the time. I just hope everyone realizes that we are doing
Right,
double-
but
we are doing extra meetings all the time.
Let's talk about it in the morning. I hear what you're both saying.
I think we can avoid it, but if we could be efficient, and just it would help.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Anyone second?
I did
Second.
second.
Mr. Kelly did.
All
The
in-
birthday girl seconded.
Have a good night, everybody.
Aye, voting aye. Goodbye.
Aye, we all voted, we all vote to close.
Whew. I am